Well, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all, back to Larkhall in Scotland, just south of the majestic city of Glasgow, where I can happily report last night I spent most of my evening playing golf. But here today, we are ready for the last racing day here at the Larkhall International Circuit for the British Champions of the Future Academy programme. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, ready to take you through the 3 or 6 qualifying heats that we'll have, and those 3 important finals to see who will head to that final round as championship leader. But the track itself, welcome one and all to the Larkhall Kart Circuit. Total track length 1,140 metres. It was opened back in 1961, where it hosted its first race, held by the Rolls-Royce Motor Club, believe it or not, back in the day. But it's changed a lot since then. The West Scotland Kart Club has taken over that one, and of course has been since a very long time. And back in 2019, a new addition to the circuit with the new boot section and that new hairpin that you see in front of you extended that track length to the 1,140 metres that it is today. As mentioned, myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. The sun is shining once again. It's a beautiful day to go racing, and you can see that from the view behind us. Not that you can see it, it's a little washed out.
Who said that Scotland could never be sunny? Because we've had now 2 days of sunshine out here for our drivers. Last day of things, then of course, completely brand new opportunities for everybody in our field, but an identical format to what we saw yesterday. These drivers have already completed their qualifying sessions. They'll then have 2 qualifying heats to set themselves up for the last finals of the weekend. Talking of final results, Lucian Smith, there on your screen, of course, took the final win yesterday. Just managed to get past Mani Kira at that final couple of laps and took his first of the year. Great day of racing for our field yesterday, as there's the mechanic of Mani Kira, Jono, just getting the camera in his face there. Max Boshov has joined us once more this weekend. He has appeared at every round so far in the UK series. We saw him at PFI, we saw him at Silverstone too. Names who have also had a similar setup. We've got Johnston Stewart, the brother-sister duo of Johnston and Andy, once more joining us as Johnston this weekend. Again, 2 out of 2 has out-qualified older sister of Andy, who looks not quite ready yet. Good morning, Andy. Give us a little wave if you can hear us. There we go.
Perfect stuff. Good to see the smiles on the faces there. As, like you say, sun shining. It is another beautiful day. There's another exuberant wave there from Ollie Brunt at the back of the field. He's ready to go in the racing today. And, yeah, indeed. Do you know what? I've got to say, I don't know what people say about Scotland and rainy weather. I've never seen it, apart from a couple of days ago. I've been here twice before to Larkhall. It was 30 degrees and I got sunburn. I've commentated on touring cars at Knockhill, and it was beautiful sunshine, and I got sunburnt. And now I've come here and look, it's beautiful sunshine. It never rains in Scotland. I don't know who says it ever does. There, you can see on the grid, Leo Livings, and then Ava Lawrence just ahead of that one. Ava Lawrence this time starting on the inside line going into these races, so should have a strong performance. There you can see Mani Kira, who stood on the podium yesterday, just eluded that final win, but could today be a new story for her? We'll have to wait and see. And a familiar face here, Colby Patterson, on the pole position spot today and looking to see him break away from the field. Yeah, better qualifying today than what we saw from Colby yesterday. Of course, he has taken a final win this year. That was out at Silverstone. It was eluded from him yesterday, but he did maintain a top 3 spot. So we'll watch how this one fares today. But of course, yesterday, your main protagonists within your junior field were Kira, Smith and Patterson, who now start from those front 2 rows. Last couple of moments for our drivers then to get themselves in the zone going into today. Of course, short day for our drivers and a short lap as well, a quicker lap than what we see from the tracks of Silverstone and PFI, where we hosted our first 2 rounds. And of course, a very different style circuit. It's tight, it's twisty, it's fast. And here we go then, OKN Junior qualifying heat 1 coming now. Yeah, it is indeed. Engines fire up then under the sunshine as air temperature is already peaking at a blisteringly hot 21 degrees C out there, and it's a fine morning to go racing. And here's your grid for that first race of the day. Colby Patterson and Lucian Smith lock out the front row this time. Sukmani Kira and Max Boshoff going from row number 2 with Ava Lawrence and Johnson Stewart locking out the top 3 rows.
Row number 4 will host Leo Livings alongside Andy Stewart, and Ollie Brunt will be all alone on that 5th and final row going into these laps. So drivers then 9 laps in total, 9.9 kilometres. Shorter race distance than what they would have experienced in their last race of the day yesterday, that final, which would have felt like an eternity for these drivers on a circuit that, you don't really get a rest out there. You're always sort of doing something, even down that long back straight. You've still got to think about the steering input slightly. You've got to set yourself up then for a really tight right-hander. So these drivers have got to focus on really maintaining that momentum, really getting in the zone and focusing for these laps. Formation lap now well underway. Opportunity for these drivers to get that tyre up to temperature. But actually, it's the case that today they won't have to focus about it too much because, of course, track temperature and conditions looking really strong going into today.
They certainly are, and that rubber, of course, transitioned over from yesterday, incorporated into the morning warm-ups and time qualifying that we had earlier on today. Really has put a nice layer of rubber down on the circuit, so we'll have to wait and see how the drivers will face that over the course of these ones. Of course, a brand new set of tyres for today, different from yesterday. So back on a fresh set of boots that have only done a time qualifying session. So will be the very fresh LeCont tyres on board here. Right then, into that final turn. Revs will start to raise then, as we'll see Patterson and Smith go wheel to wheel into the tram lines. It's lights out and fights on then. First race of the day, strong start again. That inside row seemingly to be the one on, and that's benefited Sukmani Kira massively. At the start of that race, the same for Ava Lawrence, who is there up into 3rd place. Out of the boot section, down the back straight that isn't straight, and it is a clean breakaway for Patterson and Kira. Kira immediately on the attack. Patterson will go defensive into the right-hander of turn 6. So they enter into now the arena section. Very defensive posture. Here comes Kira with the up and under. Gets the run out of the corner, takes the lead on lap 1. It's Sukmani Kira who leads the way.
Very strong start then by Ava Lawrence, who you can just see edging closer to your front 2, but also looking to break away from the pack forming behind. Lawrence then into the final corner, looks strong. Oh, big send down the inside. This is a nice little battle going on between Boshoff and Leo Livings. Livings is going to hold things round the outside and is going to hold on to that P5. They're going to tail to nose into the second sector then, as Boshoff again looks to take it the long way around, but Livings holds on to things, as is there maybe a couple of wobbly nose cones out there already.
Is dragging on the floor. You can see it there. Boshoff down the inside, and you can just see it. It's elevated a little bit more by the second layout, but you can just see it bumping up and down. So Leo Livings there, unfortunately, I suspect we'll be seeing a undisputable 5-second time penalty at the end of this one. Pushing forward then in this fight. We still see the action, but there you can see now everyone getting involved. Ava Lawrence just losing out on 3rd place, as Lucian Smith has now managed to find his way back through. Patterson is only a few tenths further up the road from that overtake. So again, still could be seeing some action here as Sukmani Kira at the front of the field, looking very strong here. 49.731. It's a very quick time indeed, Nicole.
Yeah, indeed. And Kira looking to do what she did yesterday, which was set things up in the qualifying heats. Of course, she took 2 out of 2 yesterday. It did unravel in that final for her. But for now, she still looks to be that number 1. And pace-wise is looking really good indeed. Good send down the inside there, we said. Boshoff now takes Ava Lawrence. And actually, pace, we're edging closer to those times seen in qualifying earlier on. Final corner ticked off once more. Drivers still holding onto things. Boshoff now looking to push away there from Lawrence. Kira from Patterson from Smith, but it's the Smith and Patterson battle now that looks maybe to come back to life. Smith is now tailed up and Kira again looks to push away, but Smith is your fastest driver out there. He will use that, he will deploy that to make a send on Patterson.
Yes, he will, and Smith very soon, well, immediately on the back bumper actually. He's closed that gap up really quickly here. And Lucian Smith, not wanting to hang around, will be thinking, right, I've still got the time here. If I can get this move done on Patterson to close in on Kira, not going for the move into that final hairpin. Could we see something into the boot section on this lap? Again, it's a tricky corner to get it done, but if you've got the momentum down this infield straight then towards that turn, very possibly done, but this time around, not close enough for it, but looking very confident there on the exit is Smith. Another fastest lap of the race on that last one. Is going to utilise the momentum down the back straight, sends it down the inside at turn 6 and up into P2.
No real combat then between these two drivers as Sukmani Kira still looks to edge clear from the duo behind. They haven't lost out major time because that was a really clean, really nice move by Smith, and you just saw Patterson sort of gauge it, understand that it was going to happen and not really put up a massive shield to Smith. Just behind then, Boshov still there, still looking at that duo just ahead. Kira 1.1 seconds splits up her and Lucian Smith. This is a difficult track for these drivers. Smith said it yesterday in a post-race interview. When the leader gets away, it is really difficult for them to try and chase down. You don't want to release somebody, but for now, Kira has been released. Smith now 49.187. We are now looking at those qualifying times. He is very, very quick indeed, considering now, of course, that rubber has been used. We're only around about a half a tenth slower than what we saw in quali.
Indeed. So those tyres still in a good early stage of their life line on this one. So we'll keep a close eye on the progression in this race. And again, these drivers here pushing very, very quickly through that final sector. There is Leo Livings again, right at the back of this train. And again, the speed is definitely there, looking really quick. It's just that question over that nose cone, I think, when he comes in. It's the only thing that I think is going to bite him in this one. A 5 second would put him right to the back of the field. So that's going to be a tough one. Smith again, fastest lap of the race, nearly breaking into the 48 seconds out there. The gap now less than a second. We are lap 7 at the moment of 9. But I reckon it still could be doable here. But I think Kira's retaliated at last sector. Managed to open the gap back up to 1.1. Yeah,
should Lucian Smith be able to break into that 48-second mark, that will be the fastest that we had gone so far this weekend. So he's in a race to get to Sukmani Kira, but he's in a bit of a race to maybe try and achieve that too. Kira still a second clear as we head into the final couple of laps of this first race of the day. It's Kira from Smith from Patterson. Patterson is in his own air. It's this battle that now looks to continue to rage on. Boshov and Ava Lawrence now need to be careful with each other, because should they start to fight, should they start to cost each other some time, Leo Livings is right there to get in the mix and to get involved. Over the bump, these drivers will go. They push back in the seat. They're really steady there on the wheel, breaking in a nice straight line to set up that hairpin to then head to and hit that banking section, which is really bumpy for these drivers, actually. If you get it wrong, you can absolutely feel it. Boshov still holding off and fending off Lawrence for now. We've got a few more moments of this race to go. Last lap board is now out to your drivers. Last lap board is out to Sukmani Kira, who has lost again half a tenth to Lucian Smith, but looks actually out there to be taking this one home.
Indeed, strong performance here from Sukmani Kira, of course. Wanting the retaliation from yesterday, not managing to find herself on that top step, missing out on another potential final win. But today could be a new day for this young lady, and could she find herself on that top step? We'll have to wait and find out, as she's got another qualifying heat to go. And the final, of course. Round that final turn, Sukmani Kira will see that checkered flag once again. She has been undefeated in the qualifying heat so far this weekend. Checks over the shoulder. Does see Lucian Smith was only 0.7 of a second behind her at the end. A very close race indeed. But it is Kira from Smith. Patterson, the top 3. A calm, controlled race for them, but definitely an eye-opener going into the qualifying heat phase today. Here's your full results. Top 3 we've gone over. Max Boshoff, great race there to finish that one in 4th place out of Ava Lawrence. Leo Livings holds on to 6th place. Andy and Johnson Stewart, calm race for them in that one. 7th and 8th, not too much to report there for those two, with Ollie Brunt rounding out the tail end of the field. For the juniors in this one, their first race done and dusted. I can imagine that result will change a small amount because, of course, when we get to Leo Livings, I can imagine there's going to be a look here. And, yeah, as expected, that nose cone, unfortunately, has dropped. And, yeah, a sign, a scribble there just to say, I'm aware, and I'll deal with that in the next race. So, shame there. There is your race winner, though. From that one, and a very strong performance indeed for Sukmani Kira, again putting that one on the top of the board and finding herself with another good chunk of intermediate classification points to add to her ever-growing title lead. Going into today, she is there 10 points clear from Lucian Smith, who is on 264, Sukmani Kira 274 into today. So that could change if the racing does pick up a little bit for the OKN junior category. For Colby Patterson, he does sit there 3rd in the points with 247. So him in his own right is only a handful of points away. So very close in the top 3 here in Larkhall, not only on track but also in the standings, as they'll of course be all fighting to see where they will be when the field heads to Wilton Mill for that final round later on in the year. We certainly look forward to that one. To see, well, what the weather could bring for that one, because here in the UK, you can never be too careful. But right here now in Scotland, beautiful blue skies and sunshine with that air temperature at 21 degrees, a perfect day to go racing, where the minis will be out next. And then, of course, heading over to the seniors for the first half of the day. Then we have a smaller break today, and then we head into the second rotation. Right, so let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Sukmani Kira has taken another win, but she's quite far away there on the scales. So while she's joining us, we're going to catch up with Andy. Andy, maybe not a race you would have wanted out there. Track conditions in the racing as well. Can you tell us what happened?
I feel like at the start, obviously starting from the outside, it was really tough and I didn't really get to the inside. But when I did, then I got stopped and slowed down. But since the track was really grippy, I feel like we put too much grip on the kart, so I feel like I need to free it up a wee bit. And of course, on Friday, we had lots of rain. So yesterday's conditions in the first couple of heats would have been a bit slippier. Coming into today, what have you really adjusted now that that grip is laid down and now that it's coming to you in the kart? I feel like we've definitely taken off quite a lot of our grip, but I feel like in this morning we added more there, but we just need to take it back to how it was yesterday and just add more. Well, Andy, thank you very much. And now Sukmani is ready with us. Sukmani, another good qualifying heat there for you. You know, tell us track conditions and driving away by yourself. What was that like?
Yeah, so I had to make sure I had a good start because I was starting P3, and then when I got in the lead, I just got my head down, and the track's really grippy today, so I'm looking forward to the next heat. Well, we'll see that next heat from you later on. Of course, more heats left to come. We'll go to our mini 60s next and back up to commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, that next race due to start in about 6 or so minutes' time. So we'll take a short break for the moment. We'll be back with the live feeds very soon with Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1 coming up very, very soon. up-and-coming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here for the British Champions of the Future Academy programme, live at the Larkhall International Circuit just south of Glasgow. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box as the Mini 60 grid is priming themselves ready to go for their first race of the day. And, well, it's all fine and clear for the driver on pole position, matching what he managed to do yesterday. Chester Fawkes finds himself on pole position, but this time starting alongside the man who finished in his first podium position yesterday. Josh Huska joins him on that front row of the grid. A little bit of a shake-up in the background, but everyone primed and ready to go for this one. Bodie Batcher, Noah Cunningham joining on that second row of the grid. Nicole, you're back in the commentary box. It looks mighty lovely out there. The sun is shining. How's it feeling?
Yeah, really good day out there, weather condition-wise for our drivers. It's nice and warm. Lots of rubber will be laying down, but if quite crucially, it's not too hot. You know, you do get to a stage in the kart where you start hitting probably 25, 26 degrees for our drivers. Becomes too hot, becomes not manageable for driver and kart as well. But that's not the case today. It's nice out there for our field. So more names that, of course, are on our grid. We've got Chloe McGill that the camera just flashed by, Noah Cronje, and there is Chester Fawkes, of course, your final winner from yesterday.
Nicole Sutherland's about to tell the race director, Dan Ashton, off for being too loud in the timekeeping room behind us, but he's now left the room, which is good, and he's gone back out to where he needs to be.
It's not Dan Ashton this weekend, it's Dan Stewart.
Dan Stewart, sorry. Yeah, that wonderful hat he's wearing that, again, does concern us, especially those shoes as well. They're mighty bright. Right, we are ready to go. He's not there, unfortunately. You pointed the camera there. He's not there because he's hiding and skiving, as he sometimes does. Right, anyway, the drivers here ready to go for this one. There you can see your pole side of the grid. Here is your even side. And again, it's still, that outside line's been so tricky to be on. I think all these drivers have just been eyeing up to try and qualify somewhere on that odd side of the grid, the pole side.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody's maybe been tactically thinking out there in qualifying, I'd actually rather finish in third than finish in second, because like you said, drivers on that outside anti-pole side just seemingly getting hung out to dry time and time again. We saw that a little bit yesterday for Benjamin Schlevar. He fell back after having to start on that anti-side. So we'll watch how this one fares. But last couple of moments for drivers with mechanics, of course, getting themselves in the zone. First qualifying heat of the day for our minis. Of course, minis always give us a little bit of a show out there. It gets quite busy for our field. There's Freddie Walker there at the back. Of course, yesterday for Freddie Walker, first qualifying heat did not quite go his way, but actually, time after time, lap after lap, after that, for the remainder of yesterday, did a really good job out there. And in the end, you know, final result was a P4 for him, gained 3 places. So good stuff by Walker.
Yeah, indeed. And be curious to see what he can do from this one. There, though, is Chester Fawkes on that pole position spot as engines fire up, as our cameraman stands in the middle of the field there.
No fear.
Yeah, no fear. Made of heart of rock of that one. Right then, field make their way out onto the circuit then. Qualifying Heat 1 for Mini 60. Chester Fawkes back on pole position, but joined this time by Josh Huska, who will be joining on that front row of the grid, looking for another podium today. Noah Cronje joins Brody Batch. They go from row number 2.
Row number 3 on home soil. It's Chloe McGill. She'll start alongside Benjamin Schlavar. And then from your 4th and final, we've got Freddie Walker with Jack Klein, who's joined us this weekend all the way from Canada. So drivers now getting themselves ready. Yesterday it was Fawkes from Batch from Joss Hushka in that final, with Batch being the top mini under 10, of course. How will they fare this weekend? Will Chester Fawkes make it 3 final wins in a row? Can Batch maybe make it one of his third of the year? Have to shortly find out. But championship-wise, of course, for Chester Fawkes, this is a weekend that means a lot for him. He's not got some contenders in the field like Alfie Davidson, maybe Elias Sammy, Mason Hibbert too. So that's given him some fresh air to really try and grab some points, extend things before we go to our 4th and final round. We go back down south over to Daventry to Wilton Mill.
Indeed. Now, I just got a text message from Box Photos, who is here, old Jimmy. He said, is it Wilton or Willow? And I heard he was like really confused about it. So if you're confused about it, I'll start calling it Wilton Mill, just to clarify.
Best thing I've ever heard it be called was Milton Hill.
Milton Hill?
Yeah.
Never heard that one.
Milton Hill.
Who was that? Name and shame.
I can't remember, but it was in Europe. It was one of the KZ drivers, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. Right then, here we go then for Mini 60, qualifying Heat 1. Milton Hill. Can't get over that one. Right then, here we go then for their 7 laps of racing. Brand new front row, but a similar pole sitter on the front here. Are we going racing? Answer is yes, I believe. No, it's not. It's false starts. They are going around again.
Maybe a little bit too eager and keen out of that final corner for our minis. Bit too much on the power, a little bit too fast. So now we're going to have to see them go round again. So it's another formation lap for the field. So, of course, you know, this circuit, great circuit, 1.1 kilometres, shorter race distance for these drivers than what we had at PFI and at Silverstone. It's a quick track. It's quite a tight and twisty circuit where you really have to think about setting up those overtaking opportunities. You've not got long sweeping corners. You've really got to dive down the inside, trust the brake, trust the grip now that is coming to life and is coming to the circuit. So maybe today see some braver, more ambitious overtakes than what we saw yesterday, where the track was evolving and developing by quite some way because of the rain that had washed all of that rubber away. Second opportunity this time then for your 2 at the front to get this one green and racing. They'll go out of the final corner. The revs will raise. Will we see a green light? Absolutely. Into the first corner, side by side for our field, but quite crucially that anti-pole side will struggle once more. Joss Hushka will be pushed onto that rumble strip, and your race leader for the 4th time at that start again this weekend is, of course, Chester Fawkes. Benjamin Schlavar then being overtaken at turn number 5 as Chloe McGill looks to try and push ahead there. She's got herself into P3. Great race start there from the young lady from Scotland.
No, Cronje's there, 2nd place, immediately communicating there with McGill to say, let's push forward, let's try and catch Fawkes and go with him, try and open up that battle. Here comes Hushka back down on the attack, looks to the inside there in the background of Jack Klein. Can't make the move done in the banking. Klein holds on to 7th place for the moment. Round the final turn then they go over the line. It is Fawkes on Cronje, McGill from Batch, Walker from Zavar, Klein from Hushka, who ran out the run, and that's been a really tough start there for Hushka. From the front row all the way to the back.
I tell you what, Noah Cronje is starting to stalk our leader of Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes momentarily was released, but Cronje's got some good pace there. The gap now does extend to 0.4 of a second, but I'll actually say Cronje could be the one to maybe muscle past Chester Fawkes in the early stages of today. Still, we've got Chloe McGill leading the 3 just behind. It's Batch from Walker from Schlavar. As now there is the move from Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch down the inside. Great move to get into P3.
Yeah, that was well timed and calculated there. Very wide part of the circuit, of course, opens up for the banking section. And able to push forward. Now you're really starting to see a battle form here. A shake of the head there from Walker. Not too happy with the situation he's currently in here, but it's not the end of the world. I think what he's shaking his head about is he can see that the top two have broken away now. They've been released from this pack, and Forks now setting the fastest lap of the race. 54.839 is really trying his best to break away from Noah just behind him. But this field here, this battle, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, very fast. Walker down the inside of McGill. Through goes Slavar as well. McGill will throw hands up in protest, and in doing so, just loses out there to Hushka as well, who sends it down the inside. And that's how quickly can go from bad to worse in this one, but McGill will dig deep, I'm sure, and will try and take those positions back one at a time.
Yeah, this is the style of circuit where you can drop at quite a lot of pace quite quickly, as that was a nice little move there on towards the first corner by Josh Hushka. So Josh Hushka now past Benjamin Shavar. Gap at the front has gone down once more here, Anthony. Chester Forks absolutely still being stalked by Noah Crone. It's now gone back up by just under half a tenth. But Crone's not being shaken off. Crone looking really strong on a circuit that is, of course, brand new to him. He doesn't know this track. It's not like Benjamin Shavar or Freddie Walker. We've also got Chloe McGill that know the circuit very well. Kronya still there and maybe using some of that sort of fresh territory to boost him. There's another send. Josh Hushka now back through into the positions that he lost at the start. Shlivar losing out as well. McGill back through. Hushka now coming back to life.
Indeed, all of these drivers really pushing through. 5-second time penalty. Undisputable there for Freddie Walker, the driver who is in P5. That overtake that saw the hands go up in disputes from Chloe McGill. They have been watched by the officials there. They have deemed it not a legal pass, and that, unfortunately, has put him in a spot of bother there. Benjamin Slavar down the inside. Saw himself on the podium yesterday in the under-10s. And now goes wheel to wheel here with McGill. Good little battle between those two. You could see how they were constantly just fighting the steering wheel there to make sure they don't actually make contact. But great racing there for these two young drivers.
Chester Forks now stringing together some strong sectors out there. It's just under half a second clear from Cronier now. So Forks, fastest lap previously, it now goes up to just under 6/10. This is the stage in the race. I would say probably the pressure is coming to Chester in the tyre, really starting to light things up for him and starting to help him extend that gap. Still, the battle is not over for Benjamin Shavar and Chloe McGill. They are your closest drivers out there on the track. Currently, Shavar just slightly looks over his shoulder to see where the Scot is. She is still lurking just behind, and you can see the body language there by Chloe McGill. I wouldn't say she's quite happy sat there down in P7. She's looking to continue to push, and she can do it, of course, at that race stop. Got herself into P3.
Yeah, indeed. And pushing back up. Here's Walker again. Move done on Hushka. And Hushka won't be too happy with that one. Of course, he himself trying to recover back in this race and loses out on that position. Back to P5 in this race. Round that final turn again and continuing to push forward. But, of course, Walker, not under investigation, has already picked up that 5-second time penalty. We are on the last lap of this race, and Walker here again on the defensive posture. Forks continuing to break away. The gap is holding at 0.7 of a second, but this is a mighty fine little battle that we see from these two. Hushka again back down the inside of Walker. Doesn't need to worry about fighting this one too much. Knows that, yes, okay, you may have taken that spot, but he's got himself a 5-second already, and he's had more than a 5-second drama there. He stopped out of the hairpin for Walker. Absolute drama there for Walker on that final lap. Around the final turn, though, Chester Forks will see the checkered flag, very closely followed by Noah Cognier, who takes P2. Bodie Batch will finish third ahead of Hushka. Slavar from McGill. Klein will finish there in 7th. I'm not sure what happened to Walker. He's got going again, But that is absolute drama for Walker at the end of that race. And unfortunately for him, it's just not been the first heat for him. He'll have to dig deep for race 2 later on today. That is quite the story for him. Here's your full results then. Chester Falk takes the win ahead of Noah Crenier. Bodie Batch from Yoshishko finishes that one in P4 after starting on the front row of the grid. Benjamin Slavar, Chloe McGill, Jack Climb, and Freddie Walker will round out the 8 drivers in that race. And we will see the Mini 60s out later on today, of course, for their second qualifying heat. And we certainly look forward to that one. For the Mini 60s, will we see a rinse and repeat for this young man here who drives on to the weighbridge? Make sure he's all good and he is all fine and clear. He will head out and released into the paddock where he can now get everything primed and ready to go for their next qualifying heat later today. Of course, a much more compact timetable today, so that race coming up sooner rather than later for the field. And of course, for the juniors, their heat 2 today, starting a little bit earlier. That'll be at 12:20 out on track. So we're not far away from that as it stands. Only about less than an hour or so with the one more qualifying heat to go in this morning phase, with the seniors coming up next out onto the track, which will see the 8 drivers in that one also again going for it, which once again sees a very familiar name at the front of the grid. Harrison Whitcomb will be back on that pole side. Will be joined again by Cranham, who I did speak to earlier today, was hoping for an inside start. Right, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, down in a very sunny Parc Ferme here, Anthony. And with Chester, another good race there for you. We wouldn't really expect anything less. But for you, Noah actually at one stage of the race was starting to chase and starting to catch actually. For you, how do you manage that when you know that somebody is coming up behind you?
Well, I had good pace from yesterday, so I knew if he caught up, I could just defend or, let him go, push him, and then we have a scrap on the last lap.
And for you, Chester, maybe the track conditions are starting to evolve compared to yesterday. Bit more grip out there, maybe. Can you tell us at all, have you changed anything going into today?
Yeah, quite a lot of grip out there since the sun's been out, so maybe thinking about changing a few things. So.
Well, Chester, we'll see those changes later on. Of course, that is your first Mini 60 heat of the day. One more heat left to go in this first rotation. We'll go to our seniors very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, who is down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, one more race to go in this morning phase. OKN Senior Qualifying Heat 1 will be the next race out onto the track, but that is due out onto the track at 11:40. So we've got a bit of time until that one heads out. So, as always, we will take that short pause in proceedings. Do not go anywhere. OKN Senior Qualifying Heat 1 coming up very, very soon. upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous. Last race of the morning is moments away. OKN Senior, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. Another beautiful sunny day here in Scotland as we are ready to go racing once again. Back with the seniors and back with a familiar face on pole position for this one. Nicole Sutherland, Harrison Whittingham, or as he was at the start of the season with a typo in his name, Harrison Whitcomb, joining us back on that front row of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't have really expected much less than that from Harrison this weekend. He has been the standout so far. Of course, we have seen that before in other editions of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. In the International Series, we had the likes of Marcus Schilkunis again and again outrace everybody else on the field, and in the UK Series this year, it's been Harrison Whitcomb so far. Of course, new names joining us this weekend in our field. Quite a few. In fact, we've got Lewis Reed, Elliot Surtees there on your screen. We've got Laith Khan, Mayan Patel and Riley Cranham. Not unknown in the world of karting. All have done quite a lot over their careers, but within the Academy Series, we've not seen them so far, and they are looking to test the drivers that return time upon time. Emma Rose Dowling, Lizzie Mentier and Harrison Whitcomb.
Emma Rose Dowling, who posted the fantastic photo.
Oh, it's
of her
brilliant.
Jumping.
It is brilliant. No, and if you want to have a giggle, zoom in on Dan Ashton.
On his face.
Yeah.
More than anything, but yeah, no, it is superb. It is superb. There is Riley Cranham ready to go on the front row of the grid, but let's see how this will go for them, because again, pressure's on. I mean, he's starting this one again on that outside row. I was chatting to him this morning and just like, you know, do you want to aim for either first or third with this one? He was thinking, well, that's easier said than done, because they'll say, right, are we cutting to commentary box cam to show this photo?
It's brilliant.
Brilliant.
Look at that. That is
superb.
10 out of 10.
It is superb. There we go. I'm glad it focused in on that one. Usually when in these situations, it never focuses. But no, I can't for that photo. There he is.
Yeah, embrace it, Daniel. Embrace it.
Just enjoy. Right, there we go. Fantastic. Love it. Love it. Love everything about it. Right, not long until this race gets going and everyone fully set ready for this one, including there Riley Cranham, who is now seated in his car. He's under the watchful supervision there of Louis Diamond, who is sporting a fantastic pair of shorts again today, as he always does every weekend, no matter what the weather is. But everyone here fully set to go. But there, Mayan Patel, great qualifying for Mayan Patel in this one, actually putting himself second row of the grid, put in a purple sector 1 in time qualifying, best personal sector 2, just struggled a bit on that third sector. I thought he was looking at a potential front row start.
Yeah, and actually if we rewind the time to yesterday when we caught up with Harrison Whitcomb after his final win, he actually did mention that he would expect Mayan Patel to get much quicker today, now that he's used to the car, used to the circuit, used to the tyre, because this is the first time we've seen Patel in OKN machinery, so maybe watch him continuously evolve today. OKN Senior qualifying Heat 1 now coming up.
It is indeed. Green light flashing, engines firing on then. Here's your full starting lineup then. Maybe only 8 karts, but still very fast drivers here in the senior category at Larkhall. And it starts with Harrison Whittingham on pole position, this time joined by Riley Cranham on that front row of the grid. Laith Khan and Mayan Patel take row number 2. And they'll see the rest of the field read by Nicole Sutherland.
Row number 3, then it's Lizzie Mentier and Emma Rose Dowling make it an all female, all discover your drive initiative. Row number 3, row number 4, it's Lewis Reed and Elliot Surtees, your 2 wildcard entrants this weekend.
I nearly stole that whole grid for you on that one. Careful, Nicole, there's a chair right there. I don't know if you noticed it. There's been behind you the whole day today. It fell over. This one, looking forward to it. I mean, like you say, Cranham's going to really try and push to get that inside run into all the turn, but LeCont is, I think, just going to immediately send that kart down the inside to try and push for P2.
Yeah, this is not us saying that we don't want Harrison to win, because that is not the case.
Oh,
so
no, not at all.
For us, completely neutral. But even Harrison himself said yesterday, I'd love a race.
Yeah.
I'd love to have a little race out there.
Nothing stopping him from, just bringing it back a little bit.
Just back off a little bit. Maybe just lift your foot off on the straight and see what happens.
No. Don't
He's
do
obviously
that.
not going to do that.
Telling a racing driver to slow down is just impossible.
Because let's not forget, there's one big thing that could potentially happen at the end of this weekend, is an early championship win for Harrison Whitcomb.
Yeah.
That is potentially on the cards. He's hunting down that entry into the FIA World Championships with a factory team. He's looking to try and hunt down some of those star prizes also provided to us by Argenti in their single-seater department. So for Harrison, big things on the line this weekend, and he wants to try and do it early.
This could be a shaky start on this one. Are we going racing? Well, it's a very late formation, but they are formed up now, and it is not lights out. They are going around again. Yeah, I think it was a very late formation, but Dan's just sending them around one more time.
Yeah, I don't know if he maybe got to that final corner and thought, whoa, too fast, and you could really visibly see Whitcomb just slow the field down. That is your second false start in the seniors so far this weekend, and the second time we've seen Cranham, lift his arm in the air to say, I'm going too fast here, I'm at risk of jumping things.
Yeah, indeed. So they get sent round once more. Hopefully, slow it down just a bit sooner. Saying that, Harrison Whitcomb is all on his own heading into the banking, and the rest of the field is not even round the hairpin yet. So Harrison going very quickly there. They're kind of forcing him to really slow it down. This will cool the kart down a little bit going into the turn. Is this tactical in nature? We'll have to wait and see. They're doing everything they can to try and close this fight up. Once again, they slow things down and they get formed up into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, and immediately Cranham's got the inside line. He's held on to second place, and that was vital for him to see what he can do at the start of this one. It was not able to get Khan down the inside. Khan still holds on to third place, however. Mine Patel still there in fourth. Lizzie Mentier, Emma Dowling still there in the chase as they push forward. Then the drivers in the background, Lewis Reed, Elliot Surtees also trying to push forward into the braking zone. Mentier, big lunge there, makes contact with the back of Leif Khan with a move on Mine Patel. Mine Patel squeezes through. There's karts all over the place trying to push through, and that's really shaken up the field here. That's massively helped out Elliot Surtees, who has gained a fair number of places there from that incident. So they cross the line. It's Whitcomb who leads the way from Cranham. Half a second separates those two. Patel from Dowling, Surtees from Khan, Reed and Mentier as they push through. But something tells me that will once again change over the course of this race. Khan very deep on the brakes there. Reed round the outside is going to try and carry the speed. It's not worked out. Left the door open for Mentier to look down the inside in towards turn 6. Is she going to try and go for a 2-for-1? She's only gone and done it. 2-for-1 for Mentier at turn 6.
Well read there by Mentier, as now the two behind of Reed and Khan still again fighting for it. You've seen both drivers give each other a bit of a boost there into turns over the course of this lap. Bit of aggression, I would say, for these drivers as we'll watch a replay of how that one unfolded. So Mentier's gone in. She's clipped the back of Dowling there on the front. She's lucky to have kept that foot on the power then to really keep that rev up. She was at risk of stalling but didn't do that, but she was of course in the middle of the road holding everybody else up, and that's why you just saw that Constantina effect unfold behind. But now Mentier looks to pick things up once more. Harrison Whitcomb goes fastest now, half a second, splits up him and Riley Cranham as this is the battle then for P3. Dowling from Patel. Patel over the bump, holds onto the kart, into that really sharp left-hander. One of the newer corners around this circuit would have been put in 2019. But Dowling is not being shaken off. Up onto the bank she goes once more. Dowling then down into the last couple of sequences of corners. Really good stuff over the course of that previous lap. Continues to try and reduce things that Patel has got. And she is now right there within distance to try and give it a go. But maybe she should think about doing things a bit quicker because Elliot Surtees actually here looking much stronger today.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, this format for the field on this one and for the championship is, of course, all the engines from yesterday, what they use. They come off the karts, they go back to the IAME team who is here. They get raffled away, and of course, you pull a new engine and you get a new engine for the second day of racing. So it changes everything around. So keeps it nice and fair on that point. It's done in front of everyone. They do that raffle in front of everyone. So nice and fair for all the drivers and mechanics who then put these new engines on in the morning and then send the drivers out for warm-up with their different karts. Right now, still showcasing some strong speed here. This is the fight at the front as Lewis Reed has picked himself up a 5-second time penalty. The driver who is in 7th place, I can imagine, is not going to be too pleased with that one. This is that fight, though, for the race lead. Whitcomb and Cranham. Cranham setting the fastest lap of the race now has closed the gap from 7/10 back to 5/10. It's borderline 6/10 at the moment, though, as they go through. Just trying to close in. Having that conversation with him, we were saying, yes, okay, I can do my best. I can do what I can. But I'm 5 kilos heavier than the minimum weight, and right now I'm doing all I can, but I can't do any more than what I can.
Yeah, and of course for Cranham, it's the tyre that will really affect for him. The tyre, of course, will start to be used maybe a little bit more than what the rest of the field will be doing. He'll reduce that tread, so for him, tyre management is something that he's been thinking about, not just yesterday, but today as well. Brand new set, of course, going into today, but it will be on Cranham's mind, and maybe he's just preserving something here in these early stages, Anthony. You know, maybe qualifying heats, Cranham backs off slightly to just set himself up on the front row for the final and then maximise things, then use all of that rubber that he has been given, allow Whitcomb to maybe use a little bit more throughout the heats so he can deploy something extra in that final race later this afternoon. Still, things remain wide open between Patel and Dowling.
Oh, wow. Very close to the wall.
Wow, Mayan Patel on the limit out of the final corner and just, I think, said a little hello to the wall.
Indeed, that was a very close shave there. Lizzie Mentier now picks up a 5-second time penalty. She also won't be too happy with that one. LeCont, I can imagine, will be happy with that because that's the 2 drivers directly in front of him now that are going to be picking those 5-second penalties up. So that is a net gain of 2 as it stands for the moment. This fight here, though, still very close. Loving the fight here from Elliot Surtees as Khan sends it down the inside. Robust, but gets it through past Reed, and I can imagine Reed still himself won't be too happy with that one as he picks himself up another warning flag in this one. This was that moment. Oh, actually, it didn't look that close.
Angle, okay.
From that angle, what were we talking about? We know nothing.
So a bit misled there by Mayan Patel, but actually I would say he's feeling some pressure now by Emma Rose Dowling because he's not shaken her off. 3 consecutive laps, 4 now actually. She has still been on his tail. She has not fallen off of the back of that 2.54, still looking right at Patel. Slightly wider then out of turn number 8, sets things up onto the banking once more, still running plenty of pace out there, and there are still laps left to go for Dowling to try and chase down. Whitcomb and Cranham. Now the gap is just under a second between the two. Whitcomb, he's not even been thrown off that top spot this year. It's very impressive indeed. We've only had 2 qualifying heats throughout 2026 where he's maybe looked a little bit vulnerable to the rest of the field. Now breaks that time barrier once more, still continues to go fastest and still continues to drive round with absolutely nobody in front.
Indeed, it's been a great performance for him over the course of this 2026 campaign, but like you say, all these drivers here still pushing to see what they can achieve nonetheless. There is Mentier going through. That's a lot of damage to that front nose cone now. You can see the tyre marks that have happened from that first lap moment, and Laith Khan now 5-second time penalty, and those 2 positions he may have gained from Mentier and Reed now result in, well, none of them really having any drama, so none of them are going to lose any positions now because of that, because all 3 of those drivers, 6th, 7th and 8th, will kind of stay in position as it goes through. Did you just 6-7 me there, Nicole?
No.
You did not?
No, you did it.
No, well, yeah, okay. Lost the will now with you, I think. Right. Whittingham's lead, 1.2 seconds from Cranham. Patel Dowling. This, though, will still rage on. Khan now closed into the back of Mentier. Reed still there as well. All 3 of these drivers, I mean, even a position change here will still mean a position change because they've all got a 5 seconds. So these overtakes now effectively do mean something again. Yeah,
and actually for Lizzie Mentier, previously she had nothing to lose. It's not the case now, so now she's even more vulnerable by Laith Khan. Laith Khan doesn't chase down, and they're off. Lewis Reed catches the back of Laith Khan's kart, goes up, backwards into the barrier at that second sector, hops over the fence immediately because that kart is buried on the exit, and you can see the visible damage there for Laith Khan. Incident, both are okay, but what does that do? Releases Lizzie Mentier.
It does, and that's a tricky recovery there. This is it. Again, you can just see there was a moment into the main
just too
corner,
fast.
And just was on the power into that corner and just clipped the back, and that is a very unfortunate incident. Thankfully okay from that incident, but finding himself in a spot of bother. Final lap board is out. Yellow wave flags, of course, obviously into that boot section. Will slow the drivers down very slightly into that part. Harrison Whittingham here looking at another qualifying heat win. He is looking at another 50 intermediate classification points to help him out to start on pole position for that final later on today. Can he make it 6 out of 6? Is he looking at a perfect streak over 3 race weekends? Whittingham takes the win from Cranham. At the end, Cranham really backed off there. Dropped off by 2 whole seconds from the back of Whittingham, and that could be vital. He is trying to save those tyres again. Patel finishes 3rd. That's a good result for Mayan Patel. Dowling from Surtees, Mentier, Khan, and the retirement from Lewis Reed at the very end of that one. A bit of a shame, so they'll have some time to get that kart repaired, ready for the next race later on this afternoon. There is your full results on your screen. Harrison Whittingham, Riley Cranham, Mayan Patel, Emma Dowling from Elliott Surtees, Lizzie Mentier from Laith Khan, and Lewis Reed, who rounds out the top 8 in that one with that unfortunate DNF. Drivers back in to the Parc Ferme area, of course. They'll get the nose cones checked over, everything like that. No real words between the top 2 on that one. No fighting between them at that stage. There you can see now that is a Mayan Patel out on the circuit, as that kart stopped after the checkered flag. That's quite interesting. Well, we'll have to get that one back to Parc Ferme. Luckily, we're into that middle break of the day, which we've got 20 minutes or so. But not sure what's happened there, but some debris on the tyres now for Mayan Patel, who Thankfully, he is all okay, but Kart clearly is worse aware at that point of the race, and yeah, not sure what's happened to that one. Well, the racing action done and dusted for the moment. We will have a short interlude before we go into the next rotation of races, and then, of course, we take that second break and then into the finals. These breaks, of course, have been shortened down today to bring the field a bit closer together, but very soon we'll be heading over to Nicole Sutherland, who I've just been told now is ready. So we'll head down to her, who is down in Parc Ferme.
Well then, we're with the driver that makes it look pretty easy, even though it's absolutely not out there. Harrison, you know, lap after lap, you're making it look really effortless. Today, track conditions different from yesterday with the grip?
Yeah, there's a lot more grip today, so you have to just try find the places that have more speed to try carry more speed around the corners. So yeah, it was quite a hard day so far.
And for you, where does that come from? How do you actually manage that? Is it with the steering input? Is it with the braking points? Can you tell us more?
I mean, yesterday we were struggling quite a lot with rear grip, so today I've had a lot more confidence and I'm able to push it a lot more on the brakes and throttle a bit more early.
And for you, you know, your experience in the kart, do you think that's really transferred into this year's results in knowing how to adjust the setup and working with the mechanic?
Yeah, I mean, last year we were literally like close but no cigar. I mean, I was quite new into all the classes I was doing, and yeah, it helps to have the second year of experience now. I can help Liam with quite a lot of the setup, so yeah, it's great.
Well, great indeed. Great job out there. Another qualifying heat win from Harrison Whitcomb. First rotation of qualifying heats done and dusted, then another yet to come before those finals. But quite quickly, we'll head back up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we'll be back very, very soon with the next race starting in around about 20 or so minutes' time. We'll be back a little bit before then, so we'll take a short pause. For the moment, though, do not go anywhere. Qualifying Heat 2s for the juniors, minis and seniors is coming up next. Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. Maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the British Champions of the Future Karting programme. We are back after a short interlude and back with the racing. OK, Junior will be back out on track for their second race as we get going very, very soon. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. And with the conditions that they are, 21 degrees out there. Nicole Sutherland, please tell me you are not chilly in this glass dome of a room that I am absolutely boiling in.
No, somebody's put the air conditioning on. It's a bit cold now.
There is no air conditioning on in here. There is
Really?
no air conditioning in here. The door's
I can
open.
feel the breeze.
The door's open.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
Turns
a
out
glass house in here.
I am just cold.
There you go. Put a jacket on. Right, here we go then for the next few races. Juniors up next for their one. They're due to head out in a couple of minutes' time. And of course, Sukmani Kira, fresh off that win from a few moments ago. Very strong performance indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 qualifying heat wins yesterday for Sukmani, another one this morning. Lucian Smith finished off his first qualifying heat of today, P2, with Patterson being the driver that finished in third. Of course, Patterson is your pole sitter today, so it's sort of unravelled slightly for him in that first qualifying heat, but new race, new opportunity now. There's Johnston and Andy Stewart's there on your grid. They're starting directly linked together again, like what we saw from them yesterday, as there is Ollie Brunt, Leo Livings. Livings, of course, had a 5-second time penalty in his first qualifying heat for a front fairing. He'll be starting behind Ava Lawrence, who had a relatively good race earlier on. She finished in P5 where she started from. She actually had a really good race start getting into P3. Kira, though, starting from that second row behind your pole sitter of Colby Patterson, is trying to hunt down and suss out another qualifying heat win.
Indeed. So let's see how it will go for this one, because again, they're all looking to try and get that nose down the inside into all of these turns. Engines fire up then. OKN Junior heading out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It's again rinse and repeat from the qualifying order we saw earlier on today. Colby Patterson and Lucian Smith back on that front row of the grid, joined by Sukmani Kira and Max Boshoff on row number 2, with Ava Lawrence and Johnson Stewart locking out the top 6 on row 3.
Row number 4, it will be Leo Livings alongside Andy Stewart, and Ollie Brunt will be on that last spot again, going into the second qualifying heat that will provide these drivers another opportunity to set themselves up for that final later on. So Kira has been the name so far within qualifying heats this weekend, but she wasn't the name in that final. Of course, that was taken by Lucian Smith, with your top 3 so far throughout all of these heats and that final, including only Patterson, Kira and Smith.
Indeed. So drivers end their out lap. They go on to their formation lap now for this one, and carts all looking mighty fine out there right now. The mechanics have not had that long to turn these carts around as they get going for this second race. Of course, a much more condensed timetable today for the field, as all these drivers aiming to see what they can achieve. That is a long run there in towards turn 6, down that long back straight that isn't straight, as they square themselves away. But the field looking like they're ready to go for this one. For Sukmani Kira, she's looking to see what she can achieve again from that P3 on the grid. For Colby Patterson, looking this time come away with that P1 to shake up that order a little bit. Could we see a new pole sitter for today's final? Or will we see Sukmani Kira again delivering the pole start that she did yesterday? Today, into the final turn. The revs raise, they enter the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is, I think, no, it isn't. We are not racing. They go round again.
Yeah, we actually didn't see too much of that yesterday. We had a couple of false starts here and there. We had one in the seniors. But for today, so far, we've actually had a number. So these drivers maybe just a bit unsettled going into these last opportunities, because, of course, yesterday they would have been maybe comforted out there knowing that, OK, if it goes wrong today, tomorrow I've got a brand new opportunity. It's not the case. Today, of course, racing stops after that final later on, so it means everything for your field. Colby Patterson, of course, didn't quite go well in his first qualifying heat, finished down in P3 despite that pole start. So this is his opportunity to get to that first line, to get to that first corner, to try and hold off the rest of your field. Now new opportunity for them to go racing once more. Of course, it is Patterson, Smith, Kira, Boschov, Lawrence, Stewart, Livings, Stewart and Brunt in your field.
Indeed. Right then, here we go. Take two for the juniors as they enter that final corner. Pace nice and slow this time. Keep it within those tram lines. Quite difficult to do as we this time go racing. The lights are out. Fight is on for the juniors as they exit out of turns 1 and 2. Again, another strong start for the inside row there. Smith, though, immediately on the attack has retaken second place. Sukmani Kira getting it on the exit, though, of the boot section and down the back straights. It is still a strong start for Patterson, but Kira there holding firm in second place from Smith, from the likes of Ava Lawrence there in P4 through the hairpin for the first time. A little hit of the curb there for Johnson Stewart through the hairpin. Just gets back into formation. Ava Lawrence going defensive from Max Boschoff now, who's also got the company, and Leo Livings just behind, who suffered that 5-second nose cone penalty earlier on. Boschoff down the inside into the final corner. Livings goes through as well. Nice chop and change there as it's all kicking off at the front as well now because through goes Sukmani Kira. Patterson down to second.
Great stuff by Kira then. Great stuff to return it on Lucian Smith here on that previous lap. Now Smith is not given an inch to try and play with because Kira will try and push away. She will deploy that shield once more. Colby Patterson, I would say here, needs to try and get that move done as quickly as he can. He cannot let this duo ahead bolt off because they have been the strongest two so far this weekend. Kira again leads things, but actually this second pack is not a million miles away as this is the sibling change now. Andy Stewart gets past Johnston.
Yes, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on that battle as it goes through. So on to lap number 3 now. 2 completed. Kira leads the way from Smith. Patterson's still there, but it's just dropping off the back of these two now. Then you've got Boschoff all by himself. Livings from Lawrence. That's close as well. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Then it is Andy Johnson and Oliver Brunt there, still rounding out the top 9. Lucian Smith here really has a good shot, and so does Ava Lawrence. That is a move down the inside at turn 6. That's for P5. Beautifully done. Immediately covers off the attack and steps forward in this race order.
Good defence there by Lawrence as well. Really held on to that tight line, did not allow Livings to get things back on her in the banking. But what she has done is actually backed up Livings slightly into the hands of both Stewarts. And Ollie Brunt there, eyes back on the front once more though. The duo at the front as Smith and Kira have now bolted off from Colby Patterson, who looks to maybe be shortly dealing with the likes of Max Boschoff. Out of that second sector, these drivers will get the run. Boschoff, fastest driver out there on the track. That's the first time we're saying that for Max this weekend. Quicker than both drivers ahead, who still look to maybe go to battle. But let's not forget, for Lucian Smith, he was smart in that final yesterday. He left it till the line, he left it to the last couple of laps because he knows that you can drop quite a lot of time round this circuit with those overtakes. I would say for now, he's just biding his time. He's letting himself and Kira edge away from from Colby Patterson evermore, and then he'll go for it.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on this one, but these two absolutely super glued to each other. This is Boschoff on Patterson as well, as you were mentioning there. Boschoff doing a really good job today, really getting stuck in with this one. Smith now the fastest driver again. Is he going to try something on this lap? He is indeed. Looks to the inside. Nicely done for that lead change. Sukmani Kira down to second place here. This will change the points just a little bit, of course. And with Smith out qualifying Kira, Smith would actually be looking at a pole position spot right now.
That Nasso panel of Colby Patterson's looking incredibly low out there. I'd say maybe the back bracket is just loosened up as great send down the inside. Boshov now into P3. Nice little move through turn number 12. Controlled on the brakes, controlled on the exit. Good stuff there by Max, of course. New to this circuit, world of the unknown coming into this weekend, had not seen the track before, but is looking very strong now in the late stages of this weekend. Smith no goes fastest, it's a 49.413, so you can tell that now pace-wise the tyre is starting to get a little bit older, because in your first qualifying heat for these juniors they were faster at this point in the race, but that is of course to be expected as the grip now continues to be laid down on the track. Nothing performance ruining for Patterson for that Nasso. Maybe a bit of
starting to affect his feet here a little bit. That's a concern for him here. Now, yeah, no, you're right in saying there's no performance going to this at all, but you can see how his feet now are starting to be a little bit infected by the pedals.
Do you know what I think it is? Maybe you wouldn't expect it, but it can be mentally really off-putting for a driver, because now his vision has probably slightly changed at the way that the wheel could be moving, because you've not got that slight edge of plastic ahead of you. That can actually quite throw somebody off. You know, I've had that out there, and then suddenly everything seems to feel a little bit unnatural. But for Patterson, he's still right there. He's still looking at Boshov. Ava Lawrence has now found something. Ava Lawrence is starting to chase up to this duo ahead as through the banking they go once more. Boshov has not shaken Patterson off of his tails just yet. Patterson still clinging on and holding on as Boshov now takes a slightly tighter line there into turn number 12 to really try and hold on to this P3. His first potential P3 of the weekend so far. Duo at the front now breaking away from each other. Smith and Kira separated by over 7.5 tenths, all boosted by Smith's consecutive purple laps.
Indeed, so this could heat up here very quickly for this field, as all the...
You've got something in your throat there. Anthony Jordan's just
I need to take
swallowed a
off
bit of air out there, so I'll take over for the time being. So still got Boshov and Colby Patterson. Nothing in it between those two. No actual switches for the back of your field. Lawrence still looking at that P5. Lawrence would be finishing things off where she did in the first qualifying heat and in that final later on. Final lap board is out just in time for Anthony Jordan, who's no longer coughing.
No, I'm no longer choking on thin air anymore for some reason. Right then, Sukhmani Kira on this last lap has just decided to get that fastest lap in. Is going to try and close that 7/10 gap up in this final stage, but is not going to be enough to take that spot away. Lucian Smith has done enough, and in doing so is going to look at taking a pole position start for the final later on today with this lead. Lucian Smith, round the final turn, we'll see that checker flag, and we'll see a pole position start for that final in the juniors. Later on today ahead of Sukhmani Kira. Boshov will finish third. That's a great race there for Max Boshov. Doesn't extend his positions up in the intermediate classification. He does stay fourth, which means he will start P4 for that final. That's all provisional, of course. But he finishes third in this race ahead of Colby Patterson, Ava Lawrence and Leah Livings, Andy and Johnson Stewart and Ollie Brunt, who rounds out the order. But a great run there for Lucian Smith. Could he find himself after a first podium win yesterday? Could he find himself with another one today? We'll have to wait and see. There's your full results on your screen as we've read out. Only 6 seconds covering off the entirety of the field in that one. As they will make their way back, they'll get the time to get everything squared away and ready for their final later on today. That will be certainly one to watch for the field. And there, all the drivers coming in. It'll be crucial to see what happened to that NASA panel there of Colby Patterson, 27 machine, who is a little further back into the field there. I think has lifted it back up again, which is probably the right thing to do. And it's got that squared away. I think it was only a bit of a loose bracket there for him. Drivers making their way through and in as cut back through the field here, and you can see it's back up now, so no real drama. It's just a loose bracket on that NASA panel. The nose cone still in place. That's not been worried about on that one. It was purely that NASA panel. Well, there we go. Juniors done and dusted before their finals. We'll be very briefly chatting to Nicole Sutherland, who will be down there with our drivers. And we'll be hearing the thoughts of, I'm sure, Lucian Smith, who is, I'm sure, delighted to see how it will be like starting on that front spot of the grid for this one. He'll have that pole position spot at the very start, so we'll be curious to see how he gets on with that one. Of course, Marnie Kira will be starting alongside, but she'll have the outside line this time for that final. Right then, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Juniors complete then for their qualifying heats, and we're going to catch up with Lucian Smith, your final winner from yesterday, and now your Heat 2 winner. Lucian, good stuff there for you. Chased down on Sukmani Kira, but it wasn't easy because she did get a switchback at one point. For you as a driver, how do you manage that sort of chop and change, that back and forth?
Just try to stay calm and be aware of like where everyone is, and if you can't get the move, then just back off, because there's a lot of time just to get a clean move and just get the move off.
And for you, of course, coming off of a win yesterday, your first win that you've been able to hold on to post-race, really good stuff. Have you changed anything at all today, or have you kept it pretty much identical?
Pretty much identical, just I think it's a bit calmer today because we've already got that win yesterday, so just a bit more relaxed today.
Well, Lucian, good to catch up with you as always. That's Lucian Smith, your qualifying Heat 2 winner for the juniors. Two more qualifying heats left to go for this rotation. First up is Mini 60.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, Mini 60 will be the next one out onto the circuit, but as always, we'll take that short break, and we'll see you in a few moments' time for that Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2. Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. Maybe into the final corner, that's outrageous. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the British Champions of the Future Academy programme. 2 more races to go. Mini 60 heading back out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. And let's just remind you of what happened in that first race earlier on again. Very interesting moments throughout it, but Chester Fawkes again, familiar name at that sharp end, taking that win. 9/10 of a second clear from Noah Cronje, who finished that one in second place. Bodie Batch, leader of the under-10s, and third overall in that last race, found himself finishing 5 seconds behind the race leaders at the very end of that one, but a very busy race. Nonetheless. There we go, just getting caught out by the camera. Perfect stuff. Right, not long to go in this one. Mini's been quite a good little racing that we've seen in this one, but Chester Fawkes has been a consistent name at the front end of this field.
Yeah, absolutely. Fawkes has just had the opportunity really to drive away for the most part of things. But actually, Noah Cronje did halfway through that first qualifying heat find something. He did manage to shave off a couple of tenths of a second to get closer, but Fawkes held on to things at the end. We saw nice little battles in your first heat of the day for Benjamin Shavar and Chloe McGill. Bodie Batch got involved at some points as well further up. Jos Huschke, there on your screen with a certain Harrison Whitcomb, maybe didn't have the start that he would have liked. He's, of course, starting on that anti-pole side, where these drivers are struggling to carry some of that momentum into the first 2 corners, which is, you know, a double left, essentially, where you carry a lot of speed round there. For Huschke, got pushed back into the field, then had to work really hard throughout the rest of the race to get back up there. But see how he tries to respond in this one, and if he can sweep across a bit quicker, find a slot, find a gap, and maintain that P2.
Yeah, indeed. So all these drivers just waiting to take a seat into their karts, and a lot of pressure on board for the field here. There, Freddie Walker was caught out earlier on. He's looking to see if he can push his way back through on this one. That 5-second time penalty just keeping him at the back of the grid, but this is a second chance for him here. Let's see what he can achieve, and that is a mighty array of helmet stickers that he's got on the back of that one. Right then, engines fire up. Mini 60 qualifying Heat 2 makes their way out onto the track. Here's your full starting lineup, and again, rinse and repeat from that first qualifying heat earlier on today. Chester Fawkes and Jos Huschke go from row number 1. They'll see Noah Cronje and Bodie Batch locking out to the front 2 rows of the field.
Row number 3, then it's Chloe McGill with Benjamin Shavar. Row number 4, your remaining drivers, Freddie Walker and Jack Klein.
Indeed, so everyone here set for the racing. Sun still shining. It's still a lovely, lovely day out there. Looking forward to this one, Nicole. Of course, these last chances to see what the drivers can achieve before they get their names into that final grid order.
Yeah, exactly that. And the benefit to many of these drivers this weekend is if they make a slight mistake, if something goes wrong in these qualifying heats, they've still got a good chance in the final. Everybody will be really bunched up at these starts. There's not too many names in our field. So some of them could get some really good points on the board before we then head to Wilton Mill in August, of course. Similar track, of course, Wilton Mill to Larkhall in a lot of senses. Bumpier surface. The asphalt out there is a little bit more abrasive, so completely different to what we saw at PFI and at Silverstone. Chester Fawkes then leader of your qualifying heat so far with that heat win earlier on, and quite crucially as of this weekend now, because of a missing Alfie Davidson, Mason Hibbert, Elias Sammy as well, now your championship leader.
Indeed, opened it wide open for them here, and certainly going to make it very interesting heading into that final round to see who will take the honours, but we'll wait and see here as the field once more gets themselves lined up ready to go here into that final sector. They'll head round that last turn as they'll get into the tram lines to start their last qualifying heats of the day before their final later on. Are we racing? Answer is yes. It's lights out, fights on for Mini 60, and it's immediately a fight to the death here for the front runners. They go 4-3 wide through turns 1 and 2, but it releases Chester Fawkes at the front of the field. Everyone else there just slotting in. So let's take a recap of what's happened there for the drivers, because it looks like, is that Chloe McGill who's got herself up into second place? Well, she's just going to lose out there to Noah Cronier, steps through into second place. But a lightning start, though, for the front runners.
That is exactly what McGill managed to do in her first qualifying heat. Does, however, suffer out slightly. Oh, look to defend there. Bodie Batch here. Bodie Batch comes down the inside, executes a really clean pass there as Joss Hushka looks to get back up the order as well. Hushka ticks off a position, takes another rival, as does Benjamin Shavar. Good move by Shavar, but overshoots that corner slightly, will slide out things and will gift it back once more to Freddie Walker. Over the line they go, though. It's Forks from Noah Cronia, Chloe McGill, Batch, Hushka, Walker, Shavar and Jack Klein.
Indeed. So all these drivers here primed and ready to go, and all of them heading down that back straight. This is again the chance they've got to really get that slipstream in, as there's Benjamin Savar down the inside of Walker. Walker able to take it back instantly, though. Nice up and under there for these two. It will cost them a bit of time, and time is not what they've got on their hands, because just behind them is Jack Klein, who's wanting to close in.
Well, Noah Cronia then reduces that gap in the front. So is this the opportunity that maybe somebody muscles past a certain Chester Forks? Will he try and go for it, make the move stick? We'll have to find out. But for now, that gap just chopping and changing ever so slightly. Bodie Batch here. Bodie Batch comes. Will he set something up on Chloe McGill? Not just yet. The gap is not open. He does not manage to find an opportunity, but he is lurking right behind. And he is, of course, your fastest driver out there.
Indeed, and that is going to really close things up here, and goes for the move down the inside. Wasted no time there with that fastest lap, and still has plenty of time to close in on the two up the road. And look how close they are as well. In fact, it's actually so close, it's put Forks on a defensive posture here. That's going to back them up into Batch here. This could make things very, very interesting. The final few moments before their final.
Yeah, so here comes Noah Cronia. Gap really has reduced. Shield will now start to be put out by Chester Forks. And the two behind of Bodie Batch and Chloe McGill will be hoping and praying that they do battle, that they do hold each other up. Cronia may be a little bit too eager on the first couple of corners, because now he's fallen off ever so slightly. Batch still there. Maybe the two behind can work together. Joss Hushka, very quick indeed. Hushka back into the fight. Makes to maybe take this trio into a 5 for this race lead. Forks is not rattled. He has not fallen apart. He has not dropped any time. Gap is back up now to 0.3 of a second, but he's certainly not out of the woods. Take it back down by 0.5 tenth. It's now 2.5. This could be a fight to the line here, Anthony. This could be the first time that Forks on track has been challenged.
Indeed. Has it just been a shaky start for him on this one, though, because we've seen him being able to open up that gap by himself, and it's had a similar story here. It holds at 0.3 of a second here, but I've got to say, Grenier has held on to something here and is able to close that gap up considerably more over the course of this last qualifying heat. But it is Hushka again who is the fastest driver, is himself closing in 4th place. This could make things interesting for Bodie Batch. Their fight just behind as well. Walker, Slavar and Klein still very close also. These three drivers battling for P6 on circuit, as they themselves try to fight for their best starting position for the final. Into the banking section they go. Savar has got that move done. Steps up now into P6. Walker holding on to 7th place now, and Jack Klein holding on to the back of this trio here as they exit out of the final turn and back onto the start-finish straight.
So this is still your trio at the back of things, Klein, Walker and Benjamin Schlavar, but a trio starting to form at the front because Noah Cronia is still dancing around with this challenge. It is back up to 0.3 of a second that splits up Fawkes and Kronia, but Fawkes is not away from things just yet. He's still not being given things. Bodie Batch and Josh Hushka now look to be glued together, so they are edging closer and closer. Josh Hushka really good on the brakes, so you can visibly see edges closer to Batch now. Banking will shortly be complete by these drivers. Bumpy part of the circuit where these drivers really have to focus on the control of the kart. Can pull off a move then into the last couple of sequences of corners, especially into turn number 12. Is Hushka going to try and do it on Bodie Batch? Absolutely does just that. Nice clean pass by Hushka.
Indeed. Oh, but Batch is going to fight it back though. Down the inside through turns 1 and 2. Absolutely denies Hushka a chance to close in. Hushka will take the long way around the outside here into the boot section. He'll try and go for the up and under, but it's not going to work out for him. And Bodie Batch holds on to third place. It releases Fawkes, it releases Kronia at the front of the field. Here's Hushka round the outside at turn 6. That's outrageous, but he's made it work immediately on the defensive into the hairpin. But Josh Hushka delivers that superb overtake there at turn 6, takes third place back and will be pushed to third in the intermediate classification for where he'll want to start for that final. Checker flag is out. Fawkes will take pole position. Noah Kronia will take second. Hushka will take third, and with that, will step up to third in the points. Will start right behind Fawkes and could see the young man who stood on his first podium yesterday in the Academy program find himself potentially looking at a P1 spot maybe. We'll have to wait and see as Mini 60 will make their way back to Parc Ferme. There's your full results. Chester Fawkes from Noah Kronia, Josh Hushka from Bodie Batch, Chloe McGill from Benjamin Slavar, Freddie Walker and Jack Climb rounding out the 8-kart field in that race. A superb run for the field as they will make their way back into Parc Ferme, and under the watchful eyes of the officials here, we'll check everything over, make sure they are above that minimum weight, and they do have to be. Any gram underneath that, they are in a spot of bother. Pushing himself back out, and cool, calm, collected run. That's another job well done for Chester Fawkes. He'll be looking to start that final P1 and see if he can take that number 1 spot again away later on today. We look forward to seeing that one because that's shaken up the order just that little bit for the field. All of those top 3 drivers in with a really great chance of finishing P1 later on, but again, yeah, I'm just going to have to wait and see on that one. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we're going to catch up with a certain Noah, who was the challenger then to our race winner of Chester Fawkes. Noah, good stuff there for you. You're actually race by race looking stronger and stronger. For that one, you were really chasing down on Chester. What have you changed, Noah?
I think we just changed the last sector, and I think now we've gotten a spot on. It's going to be a little bit hard in the final because we're starting on the outside.
But for you, are you thinking that it's actually quite possible? Are you feeling confident going into the last one?
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident. I think we've got a shot of winning it.
Well, we'll see if you can pull that off, and we'll catch up with you on the grid as well, Noah, later on. So for your Mini 60s, we have confirmed your grid for that final. That will be their last race of the day. But we haven't seen your last heat of the day. Your seniors are still left to go.
And they certainly are indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, the OKN senior category will be the next one onto the circuit. But again, we do have a little bit of time before that one, so we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. OKN senior, the last qualifying heat of the weekend. It's coming up next. upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous. One more race to go here for the field. It's the OKN seniors next out onto the track. And as you can see, they're all feeling rather calm before the start of this one. As there is Lucian Smith, who has just dropped the ball there. But no, he's got that back. Right, at the start of this one, though, everyone set to go. There you can see everyone just suits off, helmets off, waiting for that green light to get everything sorted out and ready to go. This race due to start at the 1 o'clock moment. Still 5 minutes away from the start of this race. We're bang on time here in Larkhall, and the shades are on. The cool looks there for everyone who's primed and ready for this one. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, who's back in the commentary box, has sprinted at light speed back to the commentary box. That facial expression says, no, I didn't.
It's not actually that long of a
slowly walk
walk.
back. Huh?
It's actually not that long of a walk.
No, is it not?
No, it's not too bad.
No, it's all right.
I say that, though, however, I did walk past one of the mechanics and said, how many steps do you do a day? Because you walk around a lot.
I don't want to... we can't see anything on that one at the moment.
Probably a good thing.
Probably a good thing, yeah, actually, that we couldn't see anything on Liam's phone at the start of this one. But there you go. Happy chap as always, as everyone just getting those last moments to prepare for this one. Pressure's it's on the shoulders of every driver on this one, I can imagine. Nicole, they've all been trying to do one thing and one thing only, and that is try and break the winning streak of Harrison Whitcomb.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and for Riley Cranham there on your screen with Lucian Smith, he's got nothing to lose going into this weekend. He's not a championship contender. He's been out of the kart for 6 months. So for him, you know, this is just a bit of a fun race weekend. Maybe similar things said for the likes of Mayan Patel as well.
I will correct you on that 6 months. He lied to you, Nicole. He said that it was 6 months. Actually, 9 months he's not been in a kart. So
okay.
There we go.
Even better.
More. No, there we go. So no, he just said, so why did you say that to Nicole? I don't know. Is what he said to me.
Do you know what is probably the most common thing you hear some of the drivers say? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I say that quite often.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't know why.
But you actually don't know.
No, exactly. Here's someone who knows the deal. Dan Ashton slowly making his way onto the grid. And
No, it's Dan Stewart.
Sorry, Dan Stewart. I keep getting those mixed up for him as he's there with Jimmy. Actually, however, Jimmy, cameraman, I want to chat about him. He's had an absolute nightmare this weekend. So this man here, no, I'm going to say the story now because we've got some time. So this man here, there's a lot happened here. So, okay, so he was on the train to go to the airport in Spain. There was an emergency on that train, and then that was delayed, and then he got to the airport. He then put his bags on the plane. He flew up here to the UK, to where his bags did not fly with him to the UK. So he didn't have his bags. And the first day, he had to borrow the clothes from Diego Capete, who's our pre-grid officer on the front. He then, the next day, before we went live, drove to Glasgow Airport, I think it was Glasgow Airport, to say that that's where they were delivering it to. They didn't deliver it there. They actually delivered it to Edinburgh Airport. So he then drove to Edinburgh Airport. Then there was another emergency at Edinburgh Airport, and they locked down the airport with him inside it. And then he was stuck in that airport until 1 o'clock in the morning, to which they then said to him, no, we can't give you your bag because of the emergency. To then he had to get a rental car and drive back, to which he got back to the track, I think, at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and then came straight here with still no luggage.
RGOMC have had a few lost luggages recently.
Have they? Yes, because you put your luggage in some random random person's car in Greece. There we go.
But
We're
Jimmy's
really not
lost
good with it.
luggage is absolutely no fault of his.
Well, I mean, we could still blame him in some stretch of the imagination. But the good news is that he's finally got it back on the last day, and he's about to go on another flight, to which I'd better lose it again. Could you imagine?
Please put an Apple AirTag in it.
Please do something. Chain it to yourself or something. Don't let it out your sight. There we go. But he's here, a smile on his face, and he's ready to watch some racing and get some cool photos out there as well. Right then, the drivers are suited and booted. They've taken a seat, and they are ready to get going. A wave there for Mayan Patel, who's looking to see what he can achieve in this one. And again, good race of him earlier on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Emma Rose Dowling is the driver that will be starting directly behind. There she can be seen with mechanic of Graham, ready to go for this one. And then rounding out your field is a brand new into this field, Elliot Surtees, that will be starting behind as well. So results from earlier on, same as always, Harrison Whitcomb on that top spot. Cranham P2 with Mayan Patel in P3, but the gap now between Whitcomb and Cranham compared to yesterday is starting to maybe be reduced. We saw moments of greatness from Cranham in time qualifying, so he is now finding that pace.
Yes, indeed. A lot of penalties in that first race earlier on as well. The most that we've actually seen at all this weekend. Been relatively calm running for them. Right then, here we go for the last qualifying heat of the day and your last qualifying heat grid of the day. It's Harrison Whitcomb and Riley Cranham on the front row of the grid. Laith Khan and Mayan Patel on row number 2 with Lizzie Mentier and Emma Dowling on row 3. Lewis Reed and Elliot Surtees ran out the top 8 drivers. Sorry, Nicole, I kind of took over that one.
That's absolutely fine. I'll let you do that.
Oh, fair enough. That's very kind of you. Still, for these drivers, though, last chance to put some points on the board. But I've got to say, the starts of these last 2 races have been quite something to watch.
Yeah, the outside line really suffering, actually, quite a bit. There's a bit of communication there for Riley Cranham, and was that Laith Khan?
There was Mayan Patel who was having a chat with there.
Quite understand what was going on there. Again, we have got Harrison Whitcomb quite a way ahead of the field, but for Cranham, something maybe being said there. Of course, not racing just yet. They are still on their formation laps. One more chance for somebody other than Harrison Whitcomb to get a win on the board, or for Whitcomb to continue to sort of walk around with that broom that he's used so far this year to sweep up with.
Indeed. So we'll have to wait and see how it will go for them as they whiz through turn number 6 and back onto the infield section. It's, again, quite a unique circuit layout here. It's the only circuit I can think of, and actually at all, where the paddock is surrounded by the circuit. It's kind of on the inside. Again, I was thinking last night, I was thinking this morning about it after I mentioned it yesterday, and again, I can't think of another circuit where the track surrounds the paddock. So
No.
Usually it's always on the outside of it.
Yeah, and in the UK as well, a number of tracks actually, their first corners are those right-handers. Wilton, of course, starts with the left. Here starts with the left. But that pole side, of course, will be where Harrison Whitcomb is seen by. Different layout for our drivers compared to your first 2 rounds. But we are green for this final qualifying heat of the day. Great race start. He's done it. Riley Cranham has taken the race lead. Harrison Whitcomb has been demoted down into P3. Good starts by Cranham. Great start as well for Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel used that was completed by Riley Cranham to jump into P2. So this is the stage now that Harrison Whitcomb is really going to have to try and work for things. Watch how Cranham uses this one. Does not defend there into the left-hander. Good start, and maybe I would say is being helped slightly by Patel. Patel really trying to fend off Cranham now.
Indeed. Not sure what happened at the start of that one. Harrison not off the line too well. He's gone full send there into the final turn. Mayan Patel won't be happy with that one. Here's Laith Khan down the inside. He will be happy with that one, but he runs wide on the exit. Harrison back through as they enter the braking zone now of the boots. It's releasing Cranham, who's going to be doing everything he now can try to open up that gap. And Whittingham with that attempt sees a warning flag just to start. It's a long way to go in the race. But that's certainly been an eye-opener now for the field. They can see what they can achieve in this one.
Yeah, absolutely so. So Whitcomb now back on the charge. Now looks to try and go back through. Contact with Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel up onto the grass through the banking. Whitcomb's going to lose out just as much as Patel. Takes another position away, straight back in on Lizzie Mentier, who did manage to take an advantage of that. But Whitcomb, dirt on the tyres for the next couple of corners. Will have to scrub that off and will now have to look at Emma Rose Dowling. But it's Cranham from Khan, from Emma Rose Dowling. Harrison Whitcomb still in the fight. Maybe Lizzie Mentier will try and be a thorn in the side, will try and take a nibble out of him, but this is how it happens. So Cranham straight away just sort of gets onto that racing line, goes left immediately, sweeps across the nose of Whitcomb, who then is clipped a bit of the grass, probably backed off slightly, and seemingly had the rest of the race so far fall apart slightly.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you can tell that it's a little bit of frustration to get through, and that is what I was expecting to see from that attempt on Mayan Patel earlier on. 5-second time penalty for Harrison Whittingham out on circuit, and that will be another thorn in the side. He sends it down the inside of Emma Dowling, gets through, back up into third place, but will really have to dig deep now in these final few moments of this race. The gap has opened up considerably at the front here. Khan is clear by a fair few tenths of a second. Cranham is clear by 2.1 seconds from Whittingham. But let's have another look at this start, because that front angle told us a little bit there. You can obviously see that the gap was covered up, but alongside, was he ahead? No, I don't think he was ahead. I think they were just alongside, just immediately slammed the door closed to prevent Whitcomb to try and carry that speed through.
Yeah, I think it was just outright reactions there at the start by Riley Cranham. I think he just maybe slightly found Harrison Whitcomb asleep there. Whitcomb looking now hungry to go for the move on Laith Khan. That's a nice little switch there between Emma Rose Downing and Lizzie Mentier. That allows things to get closer for Elliot Surtees as well. Whitcomb boosted now by those overtakes that have happened, by that maybe 5-second penalty as well, to get back into the swing of things. Goes fastest, now looks to the banking with Laith Khan just ahead of him, as Elliot Surtees maybe looks to be the newest driver to overtake Emma Rose Dowling. Just behind we've got Mayan Patel. He's still in the fight here despite that moment we saw from him around the banking, and Lewis Reed also not too far away from the entire fight. You know, everybody within your field only separated by 3 seconds out there. So for Harrison Whitcomb, that 5-second penalty is actually going to drop him all the way to the back.
And that would be a disaster for his starting position for the final. And he's trying to do everything he can to limitate the damage that he has got from that penalty. Into the hairpin, has latched right onto the back here of Laith Khan. Of course, for Harrison, he's, well, and I don't mean this in a bad way, because he's been at the front of the grid for all of it. He's not had the opportunity to really test where he can get those overtakes done. So these overtakes are all kind of new to him a little bit this weekend.
Yeah, maybe a bit of knowledge could be lacking for him. So this was the moment between him and Mayan Patel. Of course, they're going up a banking there. It's bumpy. They're carrying a lot of speed. You naturally go quite wide. So he's done that whilst also trying to get the move done. He's forced Patel up the bank. They've tagged each other. Patel has lost out more so. He's gone over the grass, has got back onto the asphalt, but he is down there in P6. Whitcomb has still not found his way through on Laith Khan. Lizzie Mentier, however, has chased up quite considerabably. She now maybe looks to make this duo a trio. He looked like he was going to have a go.
Going for
he looked like
he about it.
He thunk about it. He thought about it. He didn't do it because I think he's probably quite conscious about what happened between him and Mayan Patel a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, indeed. So, speaking of Mayan Patel, he has certainly got his hands busy here, because he's got Elliot Surtees, Emma Dowling and Reed there, all close for comfort. They've both managed to get that move done on Emma Dowling, and they have caught up astronomically here. Here's Lewis Reed with a chance for a move. but has thought against it and is just going to stay behind there for the time being. Here is Whittingham now on the charge, past Khan. That's for second place. Job done. The gap now 1.7 seconds to Cranham. It's further up the road.
Yeah, absolutely. But, of course, 5-second penalty is going to unravel this work anyway for Harrison Whittingham. It's actually quite surprising that he's tried to push as hard. You'd maybe think, OK, I've got a 5-second penalty. I'm going to drop to the back. Maybe he would, you know, back off slightly, maybe preserve some of that tyre. But that's not been the case for Whittingham. He's gone all guns blazing for the rest of this race. Lizzie Mentier now trying to take that position away from LeCont. Whittingham, however, is not the fastest driver out there. Cranham is still in that charge, 1.5 seconds, and is your fastest driver out there side-by-side. Defensive posture now by Khan. They're going to go wheel to wheel again on towards the entrance of the banking. What a move by Lizzie Mentier. Mentier, that outside position massively benefits. Mentier now into P3. We've of course got plenty of race distance left to go for LeCont to snatch it back. However, he suffers slightly out of turn number 12 and Mentier manages to hold on to things, and she will now try and chase Whittingham. Gap 1.4 between Cranham and Whittingham. Still some time left to go. Clock, however, is ticking, and Cranham will probably be sat there thinking, I want this race to speed up, I want it to get absolutely ticked off, because now I know that Whittingham is coming for me once more, and he's coming for me with those fastest laps.
He certainly is, but again, with that, he's still looking to drop to 7th place at this moment, Dowling 5.4 off the back, so won't drop all the way to the back for Whittingham, so this still is going to be a challenge for him. LeCont still trying to squeeze up into 3rd place. In doing so, might help himself out in those points. In fact, he will. But at the moment, he's looking at an inside row start in P5. If he stays where he is, if he gets this overtake done, he goes to P4, be on the outside of row 2. That might be more detrimental to him to being on the inside at on row 3. So that could be an interesting one for him to try and work out in his mind. Cranham leads the way, though, and with that lead, was having the race lead in the pole position spot. However, Whittingham back up into 2nd place, but with that 5-second puts him into place. Mayan Patel very wide. Here now comes Surtees. Can he get that move done? The answer's no at the hairpin. Tried it, but wasn't close enough. But Patel really pushing to recover back in this race.
Patel really needing to build a wall now between himself, Surtees, Reed and Emma Rose Dowling. Emma Rose Dowling back on the scene on what will be your final lap of your final qualifying heats of the weekend. Cranham still out there in his own air, nice and clean, nice and dry. Whittingham still on the charge with Mentier in your top 3. That's for your classification points. Looking at those finals means that Whittingham technically is now back on top, drawn with Riley Cranham on 94 points, but Whittingham, you will expect him to fall down. He will not hold on to that because he has a 5-second penalty. Mayan Patel, P3 on your qualification points so far, but will be promoted because Harrison Whittingham has got that 5 seconds. But for now, Riley Cranham looks to do it, looks to take a qualifying heat win.
Yes, indeed. His first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Crosses the line and takes it by 0.6 of a second. Whittingham was closing in, but that 5-second will jump him down to 4th place now in that one, and with that will lose out on a pole position start for the final. That final will go to Cranham. He will be happy with that one. He'll have that inside line. He'll have to defend, though, for that final ahead of Whittingham, Mentier and Khan. Patel from Surtees, Reed from Dowling, who rounds out the 8-kart field there. But quite the dramatic run in the very end from start to finish in that race. Whittingham certainly being shown the door there at the start of this one, and we'll have to wait and see how that will transpire for their race, which I've got to say, those finals starting very, very soon out there. A much more compressed timetable here for the field, which means they've not got a lot of time to get these machines turned over. There, Cranham pushes his machine in. Job done for this race. And he can be happy with the result in this one. That P1 there puts him on pole position, provisionally of course, pole position for Cranham for that final. Look forward to seeing how that one will go for them. Plenty of pressure is on then for the fields as they will make their way for a very short break. Those finals coming up very soon. The first final due to start today at 1:30, which is already only about 15 minutes away. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, I'm with Riley Cranham, who's only just gone and done it. Riley, good start there for you. Sweep to cross. Can you tell us the setup of that one?
Yeah, good start. Then managed to get a bit of a gap at the start and then just slowly but managed at the end.
And of course, for Harrison Whitcomb, that race actually unravelled slightly. He gets shuffled down quite far into the pack. Did get back into P2, but with the 5 seconds. For you, thoughts on that? Were you aware what was going on behind?
Obviously, the 5 second came up on the board, so I could relax a little bit at that point, and then just managed it towards the end of the race and just wherever he finished.
Well, Riley, we're going to catch up with you on the grid later on, of course. Of course, we have our pole sitters for every final now confirmed. We will, of course, take a short break before we see those, but I'll go back up to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, those finals will be coming out on track in around 15 minutes' time. We'll be down there with the drivers on the grid ahead of those races, but we will take that short pause. Do not go anywhere. 3 more races to go. It's the finals coming up next. Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. Maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous. With 6 races done and dusted, it's down to the last 3 of them. It's finals time here at the Larkhall International Circuit in Scotland. It's round 3 for the British champions of the Future Academy programme. And just south of Glasgow lies this fantastic 1.1 kilometre long circuit that was built back in 1961, renovated back in 2019, and plays host to the OKN category here for the Academy programme in 2026. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland here, ready to take you through the last 3 races of the weekend, as the finals will be out next. But here's your circuit itself, with the air temperature holding at around 20 degrees, scattered clouds. It's 1,140 metres, 12 turns in total across the 3 sectors. Very fast indeed, very demanding circuit, but a proper driver's track here in Scotland. But there you can see the field ready to go. The juniors making their way out onto the grid to start their race. The first final of the day, and it will start with Lucian Smith and Sukhmani Kira on that front row of the grid. Of course, Sukhmani Kira started on pole position for this final yesterday. Still on that front row, but it has to take it from the outside line going into this one. Colby Patterson, pole sitter from this morning, squeezed back to that second row. Will be starting alongside Max Boshoff, who has been looking very quick over the course of today. So we'll keep a close eye on his progression in this final. But it's a long old final. You can see straight away he's not hanging around. He is suited and booted, seated in the kart, ready to see what he can achieve in this final. In terms of championship, well, it's still Sukhmani Kira who leads the way in that one with this final, as we'll head down to the grid with Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, first final of the weekend, it's our juniors, and on our front row we've got none other than Sukhmani Kira and Lucian Smith, the 2 drivers who were the main stories yesterday in your final, and throughout the qualifying heats again they've seen each other. Sugars, this is looking really good. Victory could be on the cards. Yesterday fell short slightly, but maybe the first of the year yet to come.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, yesterday we had the pace, and then unfortunately a small mistake meant Lucian could overtake me, and then I just dropped off a little bit at the end of the race, but hopefully I can get a good start today from second and then take the victory.
Well, maybe indeed. I think you pretty much just summed it up there, Sukhmani. Good luck for this one. Sukhmani will be starting alongside yesterday's winner of Lucian Smith. Lucian is just to my left. Lucian, maybe 2 out of 2 about to come for you. Thoughts on this one? Thoughts about going head-to-head with Sukhmani once more?
Yeah, I think if the final plays out the same as yesterday, then it'll be good. I think hopefully we can just get away at the start so it doesn't draw more people in, just have a one-on-one.
And this weekend, of course, championship-wise, you've started to climb up the order a little bit. Are you thinking about that at all within this race, or have you got quite a clean mind?
Quite a clean mind, just take each race as it comes, don't overthink it, and just keep pushing.
Keep pushing indeed. Thank you very much then, Lucian. Just behind is Colby Patterson. Colby, for you, qualifying, of course, you're on that top spot. Pole hasn't maybe gone your way as much as you would have liked in qualifying heats, but one more opportunity now, right?
Yeah, of course. We've got 15 laps of absolute racing to go ahead, so we'll see how it goes.
Absolute racing. Why? Is it because of the track? Is it because of everybody around you? Why do you think it's going to be busy?
Well, the track's quite short and everyone in front of me has a similar pace to me, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, Colby, thank you very much. We'll see if you can get back to the front. I'm going to see who else I can find. We've got Max Boshoff in here. Max, only driver so far to be sat in the kart nice and comfortable. Max, for you, last qualifying heat earlier on was really strong indeed. You got yourself into the top 3. Do you think you've just naturally progressed quite well this weekend?
Yeah, definitely.
And circuit itself, does it compare to anything that you're used to? Why are we seeing you be as quick as you are?
Not really.
Well, Max, thank you very much. Nice and short and sweet by Max Boshoff, who could be looking at a podium this weekend. Maybe one of his first. Sorry, Callum. Just bumped into you. Let's see who else we can find. Andy. Andy, come over. Andy, ready for this one?
Yes.
And ready to do what? Of course, overtakes around this track. Bit difficult. Sometimes you have to be quite patient with it, right? So can you tell us a bit more about that?
It's definitely going to be mostly about the start, because start's where you can get most of your positions. As you already said, it's quite hard to pass around this track, but around those couple corners that you can just stick your nose in, I'm going to have to.
And Anthony and I, you know, we do mention quite a lot. It's a brother and sister duo in this grid. It was the same case in minis. It's the same case now in juniors. For you, what's that actually like when you see Johnston in front of you? Because that was the case yesterday and today. Does it make you more patient, less patient? Can you tell us?
To be honest, at this point, I just take him as another competitor. I don't really take him as more patient, no, non-patient. Like, I just take him as another competitor. But sometimes when I'm behind him, then I'll be like, okay, maybe I could work, or maybe I could just pass. But, you know.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. Andy, thank you very much, as always. Where is Johnston? Found him. Johnston, just ask Andy a question. For you, sibling setup on the grid, does it make you more or less likely to go for overtakes? Is there a bit of fierce competition when you're out there?
Well, yeah, obviously we want to try work together and catch the nearest pack, but it depends who's faster.
And going into this one, of course, yesterday it was a DNF for you in that final. It did not go your way at that race start. Has that maybe given you something extra going into today? Are you thinking about anything in particular?
No, not really. I just want to hope for the best and hope there is no incidents this time.
And same as yesterday's grid walk, the other drivers, Colby and Lucian in particular, like to hide behind the camera and try and put Johnston off. There's other drivers in the field. We've got the kart of Leo Livings. Leo was a driver that unfortunately was caught out with Johnston at that start yesterday, and they were rounded out by a certain Ollie Brunt. Ollie, for you, I'm seeing really good progress. We've seen some good overtakes from you yesterday. You're now in the mix. You're closer to everybody else. Where's that progress come from?
Not really sure.
I think that's similar to what you said to me yesterday. This one, feeling nervous at all? What's your goals? What's your plans at this race start?
Well, I mean, I'll hopefully try to get third.
Well, Ollie, thank you very much. As always, that is Ollie Brunt, who rounds out your field then for your first final of the day. Really good racing is shortly going to be coming up, like Colby Patterson. This is going to be said. It's going to be busy indeed. We'll go back up then into our commentary box, and I'm going to join Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, there on the grid. And like you say, the sun's still shining here for the juniors, who are moments away from heading out onto the track. But tension's still running high there. And, of course, for all these drivers looking to see what they can achieve at the very end of the day. But this last chance to really stretch their legs and see who will be where in the points when they head to Wilton Mill for that final round. This race only a couple of minutes away from starting, with all the drivers just waiting to get a seat in their karts. Of course, air temperature is not the hottest conditions we've ever seen in the world of karting, but certainly still very warm for the drivers, and everyone here still waiting to get seated there. Sukmani Kira is already seated, ready to go. The same could be said for Max Boshoff. He gets seated very quickly on in this race. And all these drivers here focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's seeing who will stand on that top step of the podium at the end of the day. Right, 1 minute board goes up in the air, whistle blows, drivers get those final checks made for their race gear before they take a seat in their karts. This is OKN Junior. It's the final, and Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, good chat with all the drivers there. They all seem pretty focused, but still some tomfoolery out there with the drivers running around playing games.
They're our juniors. They're at that sort of age where they like to wind each other up, I think, and they're all friends out there. But maybe a couple of names like to put some others off more than the rest of the field. Exactly same situation yesterday in our grid walk. Even puts me off because I'm trying not to laugh because I can see the faces that they're pulling at each other.
I say you're a professional though, Nicole.
Yeah.
You can never giggle when you're commentating.
It's not what's happened in the commentary box at certain points this year.
No, we've been always professional. Right, anyway, engines fire up. Drivers make their way onto the track. Here's your grid then for the junior final, the last race of the weekend. Lucian Smith this time starts it on pole position, joined by Sukmani Kira. Colby Patterson is squeezed down to the second row of the grid as Max Boshoff for company alongside. Ava Lawrence goes on the inside of row 3 alongside Andy Stewart, who locks out the top 6.
Row number 4, it's the second of the Stewarts, Johnston Stewart with Leo Livings. And rounding out your 5-row strong grid, Ollie Brunt will be that last spot, all under the eyes then of your race director, Dan Stewart. Dan's ready to go for your first final of the day. And do you know what? This weekend, Dan keeps laughing at me. I think he thinks I'm really funny this weekend, don't you, Dan?
Does he think you're funny, or is he just, laughing with you or at you?
At me.
Probably, yeah. We'll go with that one. Right then. Drivers finish their out lap. They go for their formation lap here now for the start of this final. Sun still very much shining on them as the points going into this one still have Sukmani Kira leading Lucian Smith by only a fraction of a points lead. It is still Kira with 296, Lucian Smith with 289. And all of these drivers, of course, going into this one, Lucian Smith has got a really good chance of closing that gap up even more in this final if he can finish ahead of Sukmani Kira.
Yeah, absolutely so, but we'll have to wait for the entirety of these 15 laps to find that one out. Shorter final then from what we saw from Silverstone, where we were in wet conditions, so we were slower. And then PFI, which is a much longer lap. First final of the weekend. We are green. We are racing straight away. Sukmani Kira has lost out on that anti-pole side. Smith sweeps across, grabs those first couple of corners and holds on to things ahead of Colby Patterson, who has instantly got himself into P2. And look who's in P3 already. Ava Lawrence. Great start for Lawrence. Boshoff has gone down to P4. Kira looking to defend then into the right-hander. Almost there. Clips the chunk of Ava Lawrence. Lawrence there. Just the rear goes wrong for Ava Lawrence. Lawrence then into the hairpin. Just massively loses out, loses pace, loses time, loses position. Drops all the way to P7.
Yeah, far too deep on the brakes there into the hairpin, and that's a very rare mistake for Ava Lawrence, which is promoted now. Sukmani Kira back to third place. Through goes Ollie Brunt now, steps through into 8th place, and that now puts Lawrence down to P9 at this point of the race, and I'm sure she's going to try and close that gap back up. Smith then leads the way by half a second. Patterson still there in P2, is only half a second clear from the rest of the field. Sukmani Kira is only very closely followed behind, but Lucian Smith is looking so strong here at the Larkhall Circuit. There is Johnston Stewart currently battling away with Leo Livings. Livings not able to get that overtake done, and Andy Stewart utilising that fight between these two to break away.
Well, it was Stewart and Livings that caught each other out in your final yesterday. Now they find themselves glued together on the road once more. Smith now has broken away by a second. We've got Sukmani Kira back into P2, where she, of course, started things from. Colby Patterson now under some pressure once more by Max Boshoff. We saw that in your previous race, in your second qualifying heat. This trio now maybe looks to work together to chase down the race leader of Lucian Smith, who is also your fastest driver out there. He's still very much within the minds of Sukmani Kira, as is Lucian. Is going to be thinking, I can't make a mistake here. I can't catch any of these corners wrong, because it's going to absolutely unravel for him, and he will fall short, as now half a second is shaved off by that time. Kira on the charge.
Indeed, and really doing a good job of it at this stage of the racing. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Nicole Sutherland, I'm going to call you out on this
I know
one.
exactly what you're about to say.
You have this fascination of hitting your microphone with your hands.
I also, every time I do it as well, I catch myself in the face.
Yeah, exactly. So effectively what you're saying is you punch yourself in the face constantly
Basically.
throughout the day. So there we go. Right, Sukmani Kira, fastest lap of the race. Starting to close the gap down. It's holding at 9/10 of a second. That's the fastest lap of the race. Sukmani Kira, could we see a fight on for the race lead here? Only time will tell as they round that final turn and back onto the start-finish straight. They go on to lap number 5 now of 15. 10 laps to go for the juniors with Smith, Kira, Patterson and Boshoff 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Well, Kira then perfects the previous lap. She really gets that one zoned in and now continues to shave off some time between her and Lucian Smith. Goes fastest. You know, she's really building the momentum out there. She's homing Lucian Smith in. She's drawing him closer and closer. Colby Patterson and Max Boshoff now again look to almost be nose to tail there, out there for that last spot on the podium. Of course, we've not had really many people inside of your top 3 other than Max Boshoff this weekend, other than Patterson, Kira and Smith. But for this one, Colby Patterson could be at a bit of a risk there of losing out on what could be a second podium finish of the weekend. Out in the front, Smith still clear from Kira. It's still 8.5 tenths that split up him and the other driver who has not dropped outside of the top 6 so far this year within a final result.
Well, as they go through, Sukmani Kira taking that fastest lap, of course, very vital, is adding the fastest lap championship point for a final onto her tally, and that puts her total to 341 as it stands with her there in second place. But Lucian Smith with 339. Now, if Smith was able to take that fastest lap away from Sukmani Kira, that would point them joint on 340 points heading to the final round in Wilton Mill between those two. How amazing will Wilton Mill be for these two drivers?
Yeah, that would be a showdown to absolutely watch between your top 2 as again Kira edges closer. Again, she continues to push. She continues to be fierce out there with another purple lap. She is zoned in. She is locked in to try and break that streak that Lucian Smith tries to form with these wins. He had one yesterday, makes it almost 2 out of 2 if he can get it to the line. But Kira will be wanting to say no. She, however, doesn't get the first couple of sectors of this lap correct, because the gap has now gone back up. It's now just under a second. She'll cross the line. It extends ever so slightly more. Is this the stage maybe Kira starts to get tired and tails off slightly?
Indeed. Well, we have to wait and see on that one. Because all these drivers have done a brilliant job. But yeah, as you say, Smith takes back that fastest lap and confirms my 340 points prediction as they go through. I mean, I only had to add 1 point and take 1 point off, so it wasn't that difficult of maths, but I still query it. Anyway, as they go through, yeah, both of them now joint on championship points, but Smith, with this final win, would take the points lead at this one. This is the fight still at the back of the field. Johnson, Stewart and Ollie Brunt, they're still fighting 8th and 9th place. They're having a calm, controlled race at the back of the field. They've lost out to Ava Lawrence, who has recovered back to 7th place as she crosses the line, as she tries to hunt down Leo Livings. Nicole Sutherland again. Did you
I can't believe I've just done that. I can't believe it. I know. I know.
I don't know what it is. Stop hitting your microphone. Right, as they go through. This, though, really started to heat up here. Kira, I think, is becoming more under pressure from Patterson that I think she would like at the front end of the field. That gap is really coming down now, but this is still that fight for 8th place on your screen. Brunt actually closing in as well on Johnson Stewart. There is Sukmani Kira. The gap just very briefly coming down between the two of them. It's holding firm for the moment, but at this moment, yeah, they're kind of both falling off the back of Lucian Smith, who at this moment still has that fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So daylight starting to form within Sukmani Kira and Lucian Smith again. It's just under a second now, and Smith, he's lighting it up. I think this is the stage in the race where the karts come to him, the grip is now definitely into life, and he is focused on the challenge ahead, which is a second podium, a second win of the weekend. Kira will shortly start to think about Colby Patterson, because Colby Patterson just behind is not a million miles away. Your top four actually have not lost or gained any positions within the race so far. All are sat exactly where they started from. It's only Livings that has made up more than one position, and it's only Stewart that has also charged forward, because Lawrence and Stewart have both lost, and Ollie Brunt is still there in that P9 spot where he started this race from. Just 5 laps left to go for these drivers. Everybody now in the stage of this weekend will be starting to feel that tiredness come into play. This is a test of both mental and physical endurance at this stage of a weekend. Really physical lap for these drivers. Bumpy track, full on. They do not get a rest, despite the lap being quite short, despite them lapping it around about 49 seconds.
Indeed, yeah, fast but demanding circuit, this one, and rightly so. Definitely no rest time for them here. Very physical lap, and certainly a driver circuit here at the Larkhall International Circuit in Scotland. But for the remainder of this race, we are lap 12 of 15. Time very quickly running out, but Lucian Smith here looking not only at a second final win of the season, but also looking at the points lead heading into that final round at Wilton Mill later on this year. Certainly an incredible achievement to behold. There is Smith, there's Kira, there's Patterson, there's Boshoff. Again, I've got to give this one to Max Boshoff, who's had a very consistent day today, some really strong pace for him. He's just been off that podium, but definitely been a real contender, especially if it all kicks off at that front, but has done enough there. This is the Andy Stewart, Leo Livings and Ava Lawrence battle. Lawrence has started to close in here, but Andy Stewart has done everything she can to hold on to this position of P5.
Yeah, and the story of Max Boshoff, he's not had more than a P8 in a final so far this year. A P4 could be a really good race result. Of course, he'll be hoping and praying to chase up to Patterson a bit more to get his first podium of the 2026 season, but I think Boshoff, he's done a really good job this weekend. He's progressed lap after lap, race after race, because we're seeing a potential better result from him than what we saw yesterday as well. Story is not over though for the drivers further back. Stewart, Livings and Ava Lawrence not separated by too much there out of turn number 12 and that final corner. They'll set themselves up for another new lap. Here comes Leo Livings now. He's just edged slightly closer there to Andy Stewart on the exit of the first couple of corners. Lawrence is still in the fight. Lawrence, of course, we saw from her at the start, made a mistake into that sharp left-hander, but she's picked things back up. She's taken away 2 positions once more. She's managed to grab back some championship points.
Yeah, certainly so. And this is going to help them out, because there's been a lot of names that have moved up and down in that points order, of course. Andy Stewart's now up to 4th in the points. Boshoff is up to 7th. Livings up to 8th. And Johnson Stewart up to 9th as it stands. So big movers there. And, of course, the biggest one being Lucian Smith to the number 1 spot. Last lap board is out then to the front runners. They start their last 1,100 metres of racing here for the juniors. And right here, well, Andy Stewart under increasing pressure to hold off Livings and Lawrence. I've got a feeling, though, Lawrence could be the first to make a move here as she tucks into that slipstream. She's going to look to the inside at turn 6. Lawrence gets through up into 6th place and immediately on the defensive, nearly into the back there of Andy Stewart. Livings will retaliate for the position, but at the front of the field, Lucian Smith will round that final turn. He will see his 2nd final win, and with that, fastest lap of the race point as well, will head to Wilton Mill with joint points with Sukmani Kira, both of them on 340 championship points into the final round at the Daventry Bay Circuit in Northamptonshire. It will see Wilton Mill crown the champions in the juniors, and Lucian Smith, I'm sure, is very happy with that result. Another final win and the championship lead into Wilton Mill. Sukmani Kira then will take P2 ahead of Colby Patterson, Max Boshoff from Andy Stewart, Ava Lawrence from Leo Livings, Johnson Stewart from Ollie Brunt, who will round out the 9 kart field, in the juniors. And they will make their way back into Parc Ferme. Again, the final check to get away to make sure all is good. But I'm sure Lucian Smith will be delighted with the results in that final and will be very happy to head to Wilton Mill as not only the points leader effectively with that final win, he will take the jump on Sukmani Kira, but both of them on 340 points going into that last round. It is certainly going to be one to watch. The title decider at Wilton Mill. Put that in your calendars because that is going to be a very busy one for the field there. Through, though, goes Lucian Smith, and a job well done for that young man who, again, gets that congratulations he was looking for after a very busy day of racing. And I'm sure will be one to watch heading to the Wilton Mill circuit. Still a very strong run for Sukmani Kira. She as well, one of the protagonists who will be fighting with that young man there to take the honours at Wilton Mill in that final round, with her finishing second place. Still a strong result. This was the start of that race, and you can see there immediately how Kira lost out on that front row start, dropped to 4th place. This moment for Ava Lawrence that put her from 3rd down to 9th promoted Kira back up into that fight. She started to push her way back through the field at that point. There was the move for Kira past Colby Patterson. That would streak her into second place. She would stay there for the remainder of the race. Then started the quite exuberant battle in the background. This was the last overtake attempt. Ava Lawrence able to just recover what she could, with the checker flag going out to Lucian Smith over the line. Delighted with the result and found himself the points leader and the final winner here in Larkhall, and heading to Wilton Mill as one of the 2 favourites to see who will take the crowning glory in the British Champions of the Future Academy programme. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, you just said it, Anthony. Lucian Smith probably delighted with that result, and we're going to find out. Lucian, really good races for you this weekend. 2 finals, 2 wins.
Yeah, really good. You were able to lead from the front and just get a big gap. So just really good there. It wasn't as hectic as the last race, and just, yeah, it was nice to take the 2 out of 2.
And 2 out of 2 actually means this weekend, points-wise, set yourself up really well looking towards Wilton Mill, which is a strong track for you. Plenty of track knowledge. What are you thinking championship-wise here, Lucian? Feeling strong?
Yeah, very strong, coming off 2 race wins. Yeah, going into the last round, track that we know really well, so looking forward to it.
Well, before we see you at Wilton Mill, we'll see you on the podium later on, Lucian. Congratulations. First final winner of the day confirmed. But of course, for Lucian, it's the second final he's taken this weekend. We've got our mini 60s shortly to come up, but we'll go back up into our commentary box beforehand.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. And yes, indeed, 2 more finals to go. Mini 60 is the next final to head out onto the circuit. And again, a very busy day for the Mini 60s that finds themselves in the grid order that they are. But it's, again, a very familiar name at that front end after a very strong performance today. A near perfect day once again for Chester Forks. Pole position in time qualifying. 2 qualifying heat wins put him on that P1 spot for this one, and add another 25 championship points to his name. This race due to start at 2 o'clock, which is in 10 minutes time. We'll take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back onto the circuit very, very soon. Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. Maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous. Two races to go then as the Mini 60s make the walk out onto the grid for their last race of the weekend. It's final 2 here at Larkhall, which starts with Chester Forks once again on that pole position spot, who's got the best chance here of coming away with that final win. But the driver who starts alongside him, certainly the passion is there for the young South African of Nurkanye, who will be fighting to put his name on that top step of the podium. But we'll have to wait and see how this final goes for them. 13 laps, 14.3 kilometre race distance ahead of the field, as they are all primed and ready to go on this one. Another driver who's looking to see whether or not he can take his second podium finish, but potentially his first P1. Josh Hushka could find himself on that top step if he can get the start here. He's on that inside line right behind Chester Forks. He's in the prime opportunity, and I would say he's in the second best starting spot for this final. We are ready then down on the grid. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Ready indeed then, Anthony, thanks very much. We're going to start just behind our first row because we've spoken to Chester Forks and, of course, Noah already today. We're going to start on that second row with Bodie Batch and with Josh Hushka, who's just to my left. Bodie, looking good again today for you. What's it going to take in this final to maybe get in another final win this year?
I think it would take a bit more than it would have yesterday, and I think I can win from here because I've had started here all day and I've had good starts from here, and I know that I can do it.
You're saying a bit more than yesterday. Why is that? What's changed since this time yesterday where we saw you, of course, try and climb up there?
I think I have more confidence today, and I know that I can do it.
And is some of that confidence maybe coming from Riley Cranham, who's with you this weekend again as a coach? Where is that really being boosted by?
It was boosted by finishing second yesterday, and I had the pace, and in the last heat I was quickest for a bit of it, and I was catching the two leaders.
Well, Bodie, thank you very much, and we'll see you post-race potentially. Starting alongside is Joss Hushka. Joss, I did another track walk this morning. Did I get the line right?
Yeah, you did it pretty well.
Thanks. So for you, this one, you know, podium could look likely. You're looking racy out there, but these starts have been really difficult on that outside line. You're now starting, however, from the inside. So are you feeling a bit confident with that?
Well, yeah, starting on the inside's always better because you don't get a run out in the outside, but I suppose be what it'll be.
And for you this year, previous to this year, you hadn't raced likes of Bodie Batch or Chester Forks too much. What have you learnt from Silverstone, PFI, and now this weekend that has maybe developed the way you're racing?
Well, the tough races, but the IAME car is also a lot harder because there's no bottom, so you've got to create your bottom and make sure that you can get a good advantage.
Joss, good luck for this final. Maybe we can see you on a podium. Then we've got Chloe McGill with us. Chloe, for you today, you've had some really good race starts, right? 1 point you're in P2, then you were in P3. What is it about the race starts that's really good for you?
On the race starts, I just get my head down, try my best to get into position, obviously. At the start, that's where you want to be in your best position to go forward.
And Chloe, you've got more track knowledge than many of these drivers around you. You've been racing here since you were much smaller. For you, inside lines more favourable, right? It's better to be on that inside. So how are you going to really try and hug the circuit?
Yeah, the inside's a lot better because you've got the inside to the first corner, really. But I've been here since I was 5 years old. I know where to make the moves and stuff.
Chloe, good luck for this last final of the weekend. That is Chloe McGill, who's starting back here alongside Benjamin Schlevar. We then have the likes of Jack Climb and, of course, Freddie Walker rounding out your field. Jack, quick word with you then. This weekend, you're quite far away from home. This is a new circuit, a different challenge. What have you thought so far?
Yeah, it's different to me. On practice day, it was raining, but yeah, it's fun. It's a good experience to see this new track.
And not discounting this weekend, but next up we go to Wilton Mill. What's the training going to look like before that? What are you thinking that you've learnt this weekend that you can then maybe use in the future?
Well, IAME's a lot different from road track, so I'm going to have to carry more speed into corners and just train up on the sim more, and yeah.
Well, Jack, good luck for this last race of the day. We'll see how you get on. And one more driver interview with Freddie Walker, who post-final yesterday was very, very keen indeed to try and get an interview in there. Has said, Freddie, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Very sorry, but the camera has now been switched off. Camera's now on, and we're going to now chat to Freddie. Freddie, you finally get your interview. Happy?
Yeah.
Right, so let's have a good little chat for this one. This weekend, overtakes, confidence, what's been the thoughts? Because you've had some really good moments, but you've also had some moments where maybe things went a little bit wrong, right?
Yeah. In both heat ones on both days, Saturday and Sunday, we come in either last lap or second last lap, come bombing into the corner, hit the brake, brakes fail, and we lock up and the engine cuts. Heat 2, yesterday we had an all right one. Tonight we had a shocker. See what we can do in the final. We had a good final last night. See if we can get on the actual podium today.
Let's see, indeed, Freddie. Thank you very much. As always, that is Freddie Walker, who will round out your field. Here we go then, second final of the weekend. It's Mini 60.
Best interview there with Freddie Walker. Hopefully it's not a shocker for him in this one, though, as he's looking to push from the back of the grid. Here, as the boards go up at the front, we are moments away from starting this final, and all eyes will be on that front row, of course, but all eyes will be on that inside line. Forks, Hushka and McGill looking to really capitalise at the start of this one. Can they do so? over the course of this, as they'll be heading into this race with quite the advantage for Chester Fawkes. He is, quite ahead by quite some way from Bodie Batch. Now, Bodie Batch does start this P4. He has to try and bring it across to that inside line, but again, will be a very tricky situation for them. But the fight still could be alive here as the field heads to Wilton Mill, but Chester Fawkes certainly looking like the favourite. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way off for the final here. Mini 60, the last race of the weekend for the class. And here is your starting lineup. Chester Fawkes will go from P1 in this race after a perfect day of racing with pole position and 2 qualifying heat wins. He'll start alongside the South African of Noah Konya on that P2 spot. Josh Huska will be joined by Bodie Batch. They will go from row number 2. They will see Chloe McGill and Benjamin Slavar on row 3. Freddie Walker and Jack Climb will round out the 8-car field on row number 4. The points at the moment, Chester Fawkes 333 going into this race. Bodie Batch 223. Now you may be thinking, Anthony, oh dear, speaking of Bodie Batch, that is disaster for him. Very slow there. That is in towards the banking section, I believe. He's going to try and get some more life into that one. He does get more life into it. But the driver due to start 4th on the road and currently 2nd in the championship, finding himself with some gremlins out there at the moment. Hopefully he can get that one, well, back up to racing speed and also back into his starting spot. However, the front of the grid will make that incredibly difficult for him, as they will accelerate away to keep him at the back of the grid. And they are looking to start this race with that missing kart on that 4th spot of the grid. Well, we'll have to wait and see what will happen here as the front of the grid is set, ready to go. There will be that missing kart there. Hopefully, Benjamin Slavar leaves that gap. If he doesn't leave that gap, he's out of position. And at this moment, he's not left that gap. This could cost Benjamin Slavar massively if he doesn't move. And they are going around again. It is a false start. And that is lucky for Benjamin Slavar, because he would have been out of position for that race start.
Potentially lucky for Batch as well, because there he goes over the start-finish line. He could now find the opportunity to get himself back into position. Kart now looks fine for Batch. He'll head down towards turn number 5. Will look to try and chase down. So he's probably hoping that Chester really does slow up the rest of the field. Chester will naturally have to do that, but they are quite away now from Batch. It's at this point now that we do see Chester Fawkes really slow things up. Where is Batch? Batch is now heading down towards turn number 8 and that sharp left-hander. I do think he's got potentially some time to get to the back of the field, but I do not think that Batch has got the opportunity to get himself back into position ahead of Benjamin Slavar. No, there it is. There's the line. Bodie Batch will have to start at the back, but Benjamin Slavar is out of position and we are racing. Slavar did not leave that gap ahead, will drop down anyway. Chester Fawkes at the front once more. Chloe McGill does exactly what we've seen all day long, gets into the sharper end, jumps herself into P3.
Yoshuska, though, is there into 2nd place and has had a lightning start there and is immediately, I'm sure, going to try and attack Chester Fawkes at the front of this one. A bit of communication between the two of them straight away to say, hey, no, you go for it. Is that leading him into a false sense of security there for a later lunge on lap 2? Or is that going to be a, all right, let's try and go for the breakaway here? But all the drivers here will, I'm sure, make it rather difficult. Chloe McGill, though, as you were mentioning, good start there. It is up into 3rd place. Noah Cornier is looking, though, to take that away as they're in 4th place and is right on the tail.
We'll be really interested to see what Josh Hushka does here. Like you said, does he go for a second lap move and really try and hold off Chester Fawkes and feed him into the hands of Chloe McGill and Noah Cronje? Or does he work with him to push away from the rest of the drivers, so then when they do go to battle, they haven't got anybody else trying to get involved? For now, they are nose to tail down that back straight. Josh Hushka is in a really good position now. He's got some of that toe to benefit him. Here we go. Second lap move is on. Second lap move is done and dusted, not just for Chester Fawkes and Josh Hushka, but for Noah Cronje and Chloe McGill for P2. But here comes Fawkes once more. Fawkes back down the inside. Josh Hushka catches the curb on the exit of the corner. Chloe McGill gets back through on Noah Cronje. This is where do you sort of look at the front end of things as Benjamin Chavar now makes the move on Canada's Jack Klein.
Indeed, that's a good start for Klein as well, pushing his way through, and under investigation, Benjamin Slavar, I can imagine, is for that start infringement, but the racing not over just yet. That's the first volley of overtakes for the top 2, but I've got a feeling, Nicole, this could continue on for quite some time in this one as we're on lap 3 of 13. Bodie Batch now sets the fastest lap of the race. That clear air at the back of the field has got that first overtake done and is up into 7th place. And that, again, is Noah Cronje back up into 3rd place at the expense of Chloe McGill.
Yeah, so gap now has opened up between Noah Cronje and Josh Hushka for that 2nd and 3rd. So you've got the 2 duos out there. Benjamin Chavar looking quite comfortable. Here comes Batch. Batch attempts it down the inside there. It's not going to be enough, however. A little bit probably premature there for Batch on Jack Klein just ahead. Has to settle back down and find his feet once more. At the front, gap continues to extend between Chester Fawkes and Josh Hushka. More daylight splitting up the two at the front. It was a good attempt for Hushka on that 2nd lap. The Fawkes, I would just say there, Anthony, really showing us some experience and some confidence to instantly return the favour and get back into the lead.
Indeed. Noah Cronje, though, with that fastest lap of the race now, 54.744, is really starting to pile the pressure on the 2 up ahead. Speaking of pressure, Bodie Batch there, trying to look for the move on Jack Klein, has done so. And the Canadian very slow out of the corner there. And will this allow Freddie Walker to go through as well? It does. And that puts them back into 7th and 8th in the road and positions. But they are pushing forward here nonetheless. Fawkes still leads the way. The gap only 0.3 of a second. There is 2nd place of Josh Hushka, who is again still trying to latch on to the back there. But this time around, these last few laps, just seemingly had a constant 1 or 2 kart length gap from Fawkes at the front. He does not want that to extend anymore because then it will just extend even more and more and more, and then he might find himself into the possibility of being dropped back into 3rd place.
Yeah, so in the final previous to this weekend, Chester Fawkes had never dropped outside of the top 5. However, for Hushka, he had never made it inside of the top 5 within a final. So very different setup for your 2 race leaders for the time being. Both now look to get it onto the podium once more with, for of course, Chester Fawkes trying to make it a hatch-trick of consecutive wins. He's looked strong this weekend, and for him, championship will be a word in his mind. Noah Cronje has found something extra over the course of that previous lap. He is now making this into a potential trio at the front. Has got a couple of kart lengths left to hunt down before he can attempt something on Josh Hushka. Back down the straight they go once more. Noah Cronje now faster than the 2 ahead, faster than anybody else out there. Hushka, doesn't he know it? Looks over his shoulder, can see that Noah is right there. Josh Hushka really needs to try and deploy something now, get past Chester Fawkes. Because I would say that if Noah Cronje goes for the move on Hushka, they're going to cost each other some time, as now they are really edging closer and closer to each other. Chester Fawkes, previous couple of corners, has dropped some massive pace. Now it's under 0.2 that split up Hushka from Chester.
At this moment, Chester Fawkes is looking at the title here. If he takes this win, he will not be able to be caught when they go to Wilton Mill. He will secure the title here in Larkhall. However, these 2 drivers here could spell disaster for him if they can take those points away from him. It might still be enough but it would still be a spanner in the works. But it looks like now, as quickly as it had closed in, Fawkes again starting to open things up. Now, it looks like one of his nose cone stickers there has just come loose at the front of that field. There's no drama from that at all, but that may be a distraction for him in the corner of his eye. Something flapping around in front of him could be a bit of a challenge.
Well, I think it was the same case in his last qualifying heat. The sticker had come off, so he's not dropped any pace in either of these races
duct tape on it then.
so far. Yeah, a bit of glue down there for the mechanic. Here we go then. Hushka now glued to the back of the bum. Oh, Hushka really wide there out of turn number 12. Actually, doesn't massively lose out despite really running on the limits. Hushka needs to try and have a good go of it now as we head into that halfway race distance. I think time could start to fall away very quickly. If he sits there for too long, he's going to start to get too hot out there. He then could drop in performance. Let's see if Chester Fawkes tries to defend here into the next couple of corners. In through turn number 6 and 7, he doesn't. He's still sat there in towards the sharp left-hand hairpin. Again, nothing defensive being deployed here by Chester Fawkes. He's very comfortable out there. Hushka, here comes Josh Hushka down the inside. Change for the race lead. For the first time this weekend, Fawkes has been taken. He has now had that top spot snatched away by Josh Hushka. Not by Noah Kronia just yet, but Kronia looking racy, looking like he could be in things. But Josh Hushka, for the first time this weekend and for the first time this year, is potentially looking at a final win.
Yeah, indeed. Kronia looking very competitive there in third, but Josh Hushka here just doing the work that he needs right now, and all of these drivers really pushing to the very end here. We are lap 9 of 13 now as climbers squeeze back past Walker for 7th place. That's that overtake at the back of the field, so that fight's still on. But this right here, still the one to watch as, Hushka is going to have to try and now defend this one because Fawkes has not dropped off the back. Could Fawkes be just leading him again into that false sense of security thing? And right, okay, I'll let you lead for these laps, but blink and I'll be back in front at any given opportunity because he is absolutely superglued to that rear bumper as all of them become philosophizers in the world of track limits as to why track limits, so we don't know what they are.
Exit of turn number 5 then. Chester Fawkes looked like he had to just slightly move their varied lines between him and Hushka. I've actually been watching, Chester Fawkes for a couple of years now since I jumped into this job role. And you know what, Anthony? He's one of those minis out there that is so calm, so relaxed. You never see him panic. You never see him come into Parc Fermé, having a little bit of a wobble. And he's not doing that out there. He's biding his time. He's going to know that he's got some laps left. Great send there by Benjamin Chavar. Clean as you like, but Chloe McGill is going to get it back on the exit of the corner. We've then got Bodie Batch making that a trio as this out in the front does still belong to Josh Hushka. This is undecided between McGill, Batch and Shlivar. McGill back down the inside of Benjamin Chavar, who got it back then on that previous corner of turn number 12. Still this trio at the front have not decided who's going to be 1, 2, 3. They're still line astern. They're still right together. But quite crucially, Chester Fawkes, despite being P2 on the road, is still the leader of that championship.
Yes, he is indeed, by quite some way as well. This won't be too much damage for him, but of course it's always nice to end a final on the top step of the podium. Into the back section of this circuit, they'll be going on to lap 12, the penultimate lap of this race in a few moments' time. There is still the fight for 4th place. Chloe McGill is holding on to it. Bodie Batch, though, recovering back in this fight. Every position gain he takes, he closes the gap up. Every position that Fawkes loses, he loses points as well. So that gap still closing in, but it's still absolutely fine for Fawkes at this moment. They push through then. This is still that move, and Chloe McGill's going to lose out now to Bodie Batch. Steps up now into 4th place here at the front. Here's going to be the change for the lead. Fawkes does it down the inside, but does he run wide? He does. Hushka goes back through wheel to wheel between the two of them. They make contact, but now here comes Noah Kronia, who's going to try and take both of them at the same time, but it's not going to work out for him just yet as Forks goes defensive. Hushka back down the inside, and there's a problem for Forks. Forks grinds to a halt. His final is over. He'll lose out on third. Bodie Batch goes through, and this is disaster for Chester Forks. It ground to a halt out of the turn, and now Hushka on this final lap leads the way, but it's only by 0.3 of a second.
Jos Hushka will be desperate to hold on to this one, a driver who is barely in the kart this year. Last year he did almost every single weekend at a racetrack. This year has backed off slightly just to dedicate his time to the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series, and he's hunting down for his first podium of the year. He's hungry for this one. His mum, I can see, is stood sideline. Kimberly's just given him the signal to say keep pushing, keep going. Final lap, it's Kronia versus Hushka. Hushka through the banking will still hold on to things, will still be your warrior, your race leader.
And he really wants it. You can see he's pushing forward in this one. Josh Hushka saw his first podium yesterday. Today sees his first win over the line. It's Josh Hushka. He will take the honours in the Mini 60 final here in Larkhall. Oh, but he's under investigation. The race leader over the line sees the investigation board, and that could be dramatic. Could we see Noah Kronia, who could see that top spot, could he take it away? That's, well, as it stands, it's provisional with a capital P here in Mini 60. Those top runners at the moment, as it stands, provisional of course. Josh Hushka takes P1 ahead of Noah Kronia, who takes P2. It's Bodie Batch in third from Chloe McGill, Benjamin Slavar, Jack Climb, Freddie Walker, and shock for Chester Forks. He managed to get going again, but finishes that race in P8. Disaster striking, and with that loses out a massive chunk of championship points. And I will say, wow, that's kept it alive. That has kept the championship fight alive as it stands going into Wilton Mill. Bodie Batch has still got a chance here. It's an outside chance, but it is still a chance nonetheless to take that title at Wilton Mill. But there, provisionally, under investigation though, is Josh Hushka at the end of that race. It has taken the win, but as mentioned, is under investigation for that one. So we'll have to wait and see what will happen and what will be the outcome of that investigation. But a very dramatic end to the Mini 60 final, and there I'm sure is a very happy young man who takes that top spot provisionally, of course. And yes, indeed, is it the lucky socks that are on? Yes, it's the Lucky Bear socks that are on board. Fantastic for Josh Hushka there, who will be, I'm sure, delighted for the moment, and I'm sure friends and family delighted as well for that young man. But of course, that investigation board did come out at that very end. We have to wait and see what will be the outcome from that. Here's the highlights. Well, the start of it, lightning start for the inside row. Every one of the drivers on that inside row able to get through, actually, as Walker had a brief spell up into P4. Noah Kronia was able to push forward as well. Forks battling away with Hushka, both of them constantly scrapping over position. We saw the fights in the background as well. Bodie Batch, with that disaster of the start, was able to close back in at this point and was really able to break away. This moment here down the inside, again, another smooth overtake for Hushka to get back into the race lead. There was Slavar with his attempt with Chloe McGill later on in the race, but it's really folded through for McGill. She was able to take those positions back. This was, again, the scrap between the front two. A little bit of contact between them on the exit of turn 6 as the two met in the middle. Then you had the run into the banking section, just through the inside, and there, unfortunately, very slowly out of the corner, the kart just ground to a halt. Hushka would cross the line. He would take the checker flag ahead of Noah Gunya, who would finish that one in P2 over the line. And it would be Bodie Batch who would finish, and the Bear Sox delivering the results that he needs here in Larkhall. Well, there is the Mini 60 done and dusted, but we'll cut down to Nicole Sutherland, who might be able to explain a little bit more.
We'll absolutely be able to tell you some more then, Anthony. Josh Hushka, first final win of the year. A final win that's maybe been brought to you by a certain pair of lucky socks, would you say? Has that helped?
Yeah, they're my lucky socks. I've had them since I was about 10, so I've got the nickname socks from the Lee Mentiers, and yeah, I think they brought a lot of luck from me today.
Today, for you, this has been the first final win that we've seen from you all year. You've worked really hard. You battled it out with Chester Forks. Tell us about that battle, because it was quite fiery at points, right?
Well, of course, coming into hairpin 2, it's always a good battle with Chester as well. Coming into hairpin 2, he locked his brakes and went straight on. I don't think I had anything wrong in my hand. It's just unlucky mistake from him.
So, of course, you're aware that you're under investigation. In your eyes, that's nothing. You don't think that you've done anything wrong out there. So we'll just disregard that for the time being. On track, you are our winner. For you, and I know your mum and dad are there trackside always, this means quite a lot, considering that this year you're not racing too much, right?
Yeah, I've not been in the seat for quite a while, so considering that I've come back and I've got a win, I'm really happy with that.
Joss, congratulations, on-track winner, of course. Well done out there. So, 2 finals done and dusted. We've had Joss Hushka and Lucian Smith as your on-track winners. A third to shortly be hunted down in the form of your seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, one more race to go, due to start at hour in about 9 minutes' time. We will take that short break. Do not go anywhere. The last race of the weekend for the seniors is coming up next. Last race of the day is about to get underway here. It's the OKN seniors who'll be making their way out onto the track now for their final, and the pressure is most certainly on. A brand new pole sitter for this final. Riley Cranham will have that inside line heading into turn 1, but will Harrison Whittingham have something to say about that, as he will start it on the outside of row number 1. Certainly will be an exciting one, and a very busy final is ahead of us here. But for Harrison Whittingham, still comes away with that front row start, despite that 5-second time penalty in that race previously ago. But still pressure most certainly on here for the field as they get themselves lined up and ready to go. And the last check of pressures for the drivers on this one to get them primed and ready to go here. Nicole Sutherland will be down there. We saw her very briefly standing directly in front of the camera when she didn't mean to a second ago. But will we see her there at the front of the grid with our drivers? I can imagine tension is quite high out there for the seniors. And coming into this one, of course, Harrison Whitcomb still looking at being the favourites. But let's see what happens as we cut down to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, last grid walk of the weekend, and for your third event here in Larkhall, we're going to start things on your front row for a battle that could quite quickly become fiery. It's between your pole sitter of Riley Cranham and yesterday's pole sitter, championship leader, and of course yesterday's final winner of Harrison Whitcomb, who has pretty much cleaned up so far this year. Harrison, sorry to interrupt you and Liam there. For you, every round, broom has been brought. You've swept up pretty much everything. Yesterday, final win. However, that last qualifying heat, talk to us about it, because it didn't quite go your way, right?
Yeah, we had got quite unlucky at the start. We didn't get a great start, so we dropped down a few places, and I think I got a bit of an unlucky penalty. But yeah, just how racing goes sometimes. And
between you and Riley Cranham, you've not raced each other directly, despite him taking that qualifying heat earlier on. It was only at the start that he managed to pivot to the line. So for you, expectations on this fight? Because I don't think you've really raced each other too much within your careers, right?
I think I raced him back in 2024 in Junior X30. We had a couple races, but I know he's going to make it as hard as he can, so I think it'll be a good race. Could be
a good race indeed. Thank you very much then, Harrison. And we're going to now speak to the driver starting on pole. Riley, going to just slot in between Riley and Louis there. Riley, pole for you. Good race start previously. Now you're going to go head to head with Harrison Whitcomb. What's that going to look like?
I think it's going to be a good race. I'm actually really excited for this one.
And for you, yesterday we saw you deploy a bit of a different tactic with backing off slightly. You maybe cost yourself a point or two. Have you reserved anything today that you're going to really put into this last race?
No, not really. Just push as hard as I can today, and I'm starting first and just see what we do from there.
And pressure from behind. Anybody that you're particularly thinking about other than Harrison? We know that he's going to be on your mind, but any other name that really sticks out to you from what you know previously in karting or what you've watched since you've left?
No, mine's really good, and I think everyone in the grid's really good. It's like the gap's closed down since Friday all the way to now, and I think it'd be beneficial if a few of us work together.
Well, Riley, we'll see how this one unfolds, and we'll see if you'll be the only driver this year actually to take a win away from Harrison Whitcomb. Good luck for this one. Second row of things, we've got Lizzie Mentier, then we've got Mayan Patel. Mayan, come over. Mayan, new experience for you this weekend. Join the grid, different karts, different engine, different tyres, different drivers as well. So for you, sum up things so far.
Well, on Friday it was really wet and it was raining, so I didn't really have time to adjust. It was more just wet weather racing, which is completely different. And on this chassis, I've never been here before, never been on this kart, never been on this engine. So it's a completely complete learning curve. Yesterday I improved, and today I've just got even better and better, just getting a bit more used to it.
Well, Mayan, from what both Harrison and Riley have said, we know that you're a name in their mind. So let's see how you get on within this one. Starting alongside Mayan is Lizzie Mentier. 3-minute board has gone out to these drivers. So the last couple of opportunities for them to really get zoned in. Lizzie, yesterday we had a look, we had a go, another opportunity today, and it will be the same setup again, right?
Yes, it was a bit rough. Obviously, you got a bit of a gap at the start, but it is what it is. We managed to put up a fight for second, managed to get that. So hopefully today another podium's on the line.
And of course, Larkhall track knowledge for you is really strong. Wilton Mill track knowledge for you is maybe a better one. You've done plenty of laps around there. So championship-wise, when we're looking at that, feeling strong there as well?
Obviously, every track's got its hard parts to it. It's been a while since we've been at Wilton, actually. But hopefully we can do a bit of testing before the race, and hopefully we can get a bit more testing there and hopefully close the gap a bit more and make another move on him.
Well, we'll see what moves you can make within this one, Lizzie. Good luck as always. Last final of the weekend then shortly to come up. It will be our seniors, our oldest, most experienced and fastest group of drivers. Then Riley Cranham is your pole sitter on that front row, the only driver that's not Harrison Whitcomb to start on pole for a final in your seniors in 2026. Anthony Jordan, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there on the grid. Yes, indeed, last race of the day, moments away from getting started, and you can straight away see that they do mean business at the front here. Helmets and seated on that front row. No standing around, no joking around at this point. It's game on for the front two drivers with the board showing at the front of the field, the 1 minute board up in the air, and nice to see there Elliot Surtees going around to all the drivers to give them some good luck and words of encouragement at the start of this race. Of course, for this field, pressure most definitely on, though, for that front row of the grid. But with that, I think this gives a real shot to the other drivers here to really show what they can do, knowing that there could be a real fight here between Cranham and Whittingham. Cranham was saying he's looking forward to it. Whittingham saying, you know, let's see what we can do. And, you know, for Mayan Patel, who's on that inside line on row 2, could really get a benefit here at the start of this race. Lizzie Mentier, who's been very quick all season, has been a dominant figure on that second spot of the podium, could also deliver in this one, and the same for the rest of the drivers here. Right then, whistle blows, engines fire up, drivers make their way off the grid. Here's your full starting lineup. Last race of the weekend here for the British Champions of the Future Academy Programme at Larkhall. Riley Cranham started on pole position, the only other driver to see a pole position start for a final so far this season. He starts alongside Harrison Whittingham. Mayan Patel goes on row number 2 and is going to be joined by Lizzie Mentier. Both of them fight to stand on that podium.
Shortly behind on row number 3, then it's Leith Khan with Emma Rose Dowling, and rounding out your field in total, it's Elliot Surtees and Lewis Reed who start from those last 2 spots. Interesting race, I would say we're in for, Anthony. I would say if you're by a microwave, maybe pop some popcorn, because there's an atmosphere down there on the track, especially between Riley Cranham and Harrison Whittingham.
You do your popcorn in the microwave?
Yeah. What do you do it in?
I do it in a pan.
Oh no, because it burns.
No, because
you set it on fire.
No, because you cook it properly.
I'm not very good at that.
There we go. Yeah, it's much better in the pan. It's like, how do you do your scrambled eggs? Is the biggest.
Oh, in a pan. You can't be doing that in the microwave. That's not right.
I do it in the pot like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in a frying pan.
Oh, Martin Bean's here.
Well, he's not here. He is here in spirit. I've given up. I think I've given up at this point. There we go. Great to see that one. Dan Ashton showcasing his mentor and legend in his eyes, Martin Bean. Right, this now heading on to its formation lap here for the seniors. This is going to be an interesting one here, Nicole. Riley Cranham, of course, he's already explained to us that, you know, the pace is there, but I'm not at that weight that we need to be. He's 5 kilos over it. Harrison has got that pace, but is also at that weight limit, so he's got that slight benefit here. The only thing that Cranham's got now is he's got that inside line into turn 1. This is what he's been waiting for all weekend. He has not started on that inside line at all this weekend. This is one and only time for it. But let's see what happens, and a big welcome to Martin Mean, who's watching the stream as well, who was enjoying the shout out. Right, it falls down to this one. Gotta say, looking forward to this one. Cranham said it best as well. This is going to be quite the fight. Let's see how it will transpire then. Last race of the weekend enters those tram lines. Are we racing? The answer from the thumb of Dan Ashton is yes, we are racing, and it's a solid start. Whittingham right on the outside line is going to try and hold on to second place, and he does. Immediately holds on to it, does not allow Mayan Patel to get that move down the inside. So it's game on now from lap 1 for Riley Cranham to defend this. He checks over the shoulder, can see it's Whittingham, and immediately will have that defensive line. And this, I've got a feeling, is going to be a defensive masterclass for the next 17 laps.
If you're not on the edge of your seat just yet, I think you very shortly will be, because Riley Cranham will back up Harrison Whittingham. Oh, there we go. Slide ever so slightly But Riley Cranham will back up Harrison Whitcomb like his life depends on it. Defensive into turn number 12, but makes a mistake there on the exit. Does manage to hold on to things. Here comes Patel. Patel now down the inside, makes the move stick, but Harrison Whitcomb is going to take it back. Patel runs himself wide. This is going to continuously be fiery and fiery. It's going to be hot. It's going to be spectacular. Riley Cranham this time does not need to defend through turn number 5. Down the back straight they'll go. He looks over his shoulder. He's trying to gauge where Whitcomb is. Where do I need to defend? Where do I need to hold him up? In towards the sharp left-hand hairpin. Does just that. Oh, here comes LeCont. Great send attempted by LeCont, but it's not enough. But what's it going to do? It's going to release Riley Cranham and Harrison Whitcomb ever so slightly, but Cranham uses his head once more, defends again into the last couple of corners. This is going to be a fight for the rest of it.
This is going to be the longest race of the weekend for all of these drivers here. Look how close they are. Still at this point, Mentier's had a tough run on that last lap. She's tumbled down to 8th place, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a worry for her because she'll be able to close right back in with all the fighting that we are seeing here. Cranham is your fastest driver out there, is trying to break away. However, the weight advantage that Whittingham will have will keep that gap nice and close. Patel still there. Khan still there in 4th. You can see all of them just trying not to trip over each other. There's been some action in the background as well. Dowling still there 5th. Reed, Surtees and Mentier still holding on to position. But still, we're just waiting for that lunge from Whittingham. But every time we expect to see it, defensive posture, and that's what's happened to Mentier. She's out of the race and will go no further. That is a shame for her. Here's Khan on the outside, Patel on the inside. Oh my goodness me. This is going to literally be heart in the mouth for the rest of this race.
So Cranham down the inside, left that door absolutely wide open. Harrison Whitcomb now down the inside, but Cranham's going to get right onto the back bumper. Mayan Patel has to avoid Cranham there. Cranham is going to be quite quickly looking to try and take a move as Patel looks slightly defensive there. Oh, off the road. Cranham's dropped a wheel there. Up the bank, just got the corner wrong. And what's it done? It's only gone and released Harrison Whitcomb. Down the inside goes Patel. They're going to go wheel to wheel, side by side as Cranham signals and say, what are you doing? To Mayan Patel and down to P4. Now for your main challenger of Harrison Whitcomb. Is this the stage, Anthony, that Whitcomb holds on to it for the rest of things? He's been given 2 or 3 kart lengths out there. He's been given just under 7/10.
Exactly what he wanted. He kept a cool head throughout that, did Harrison. And yeah, you knew it was going to be a fight for the first run. But just leaving that door open there into turn 6, I don't think he realised how close Whittingham was at that point. And he's done everything he needed to do. Cool, calm, collected. And now, yeah, I suspect this could be a run to the lights here and the run to the flag for Whittingham. He's got 7/10 already, and he's just looking to break away from the rest. They cross the line now. It's up to 9/10. He's absolutely dialed in now, is Whittingham, and dealing with every deck of cards that's been thrown at him.
Well, Whitcomb this weekend has had to work for it more than what we saw from him at PFI and at Silverstone. Championship is on his mind. Points are on his mind. He's now set miles away from Lizzie Mentier in those virtual championship points. For Whitcomb, job could be done at the end of things for him. Of course, Wilton Mill will still have to appear for us, but for Whitcomb, time and time again, he's been calm, he's been relaxed, and that's what you just saw from him within this race. Despite being, backed up by Cranham, he didn't get frustrated, didn't get angry, annoyed. You saw no overdriving, you only saw commitment from your star of the show within your seniors for 2026. Cranham, however, it's not over for him just yet. He's now looking at LeCont, so a podium could still be on the cards for him within this last final. Down towards that second sector, turn number 5 gets the job done on LeCont on the exit of the corner. It's going to be a run then down towards the sharp right-hander, but Cranham now back into play, back into contention for a podium.
Yeah, indeed. This is a really good, strong spot for him, but again, has got that pack behind, who I can imagine will want a piece of the action. Emma Dowling just there as well. Also trying to get a piece of the action here, but just holding off at the back there of Laith Khan, who's there in 4th place. Over the line they go then. Gap 1.3 seconds. Whittingham clear from Patel, from Cranham, Khan, Dowling, Reed, Surtees. Still the 7 karts remaining in this race. Mentier, unfortunately, that's a really tough break, because that means then with Whittingham at the front and setting those fastest laps, is extending the points lead. At this moment, he would be heading to Wilton Mill absolutely fine. No one would be able to catch him. He's looking at claiming the title this weekend here at Larkhall for Harrison Whittingham, but he has done a brilliant job nonetheless. Still, though, Emma Dowling at this point, still showing a defensive posture there to Lewis Reed. Is just cementing the denial of trying to get past at this stage as we head on now over onto lap number 9 with 8 completed.
Whitcomb then this year has done nothing other than win. Fastest driver out there currently, so points-wise would also be adding another one to his tally to extend things ever further from Lizzie Mentier in P3 and Emma Rose Dowling in, Lizzie Mentier in P2 and Emma Rose Dowling in P3. Dowling there is sat just behind Laith Khan, so she's got a challenge ahead of Laith and then a challenge behind of Reed. Reed, of course, wildcard entrant into this weekend and is looking really settled in the kart actually. Has quite quickly got to grips with things, as has Mayan Patel, who sat there in P2, as has Riley Cranham, the driver, there in 3rd. Nobody within this fight currently looking to overtake the driver ahead. We've got Cranham there in P3 now, looking down at Mayan Patel. Pace between the two of them is that Cranham is just suffering slightly, around about a 1/10 of a second, splits them up over the course of a lap, and I would say with those extra 5 kilos that he is carrying around, that will be coming into play.
It certainly will do, and that kart now will be on right on the edge of the limit here, and you saw at the very start how Louis Diamond, his mechanic there for Cranham, was just double checking those pressures, and it's always a case of what were those pressures doing at that stage. Were they, you know, low pressure at the start to really come into a bit later on in the race, where they were high pressure, to see what would happen later on to change it around. But right now, they have still done everything that they can possibly do. But at the moment, just holding firm in place. Whittingham's lead then still holds at 1.4 seconds now between himself and Mayan Patel, who is looking Patel for his first podium of the season, his first outing with us in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't that be a sweet result there for Mayan Patel? Whitcomb continues to light things up and go fastest. Yesterday, his race lead that he won by was his 2nd biggest race lead of the year. That was his 5th win. Now he's hunting down for his 6th. Don't think he's going to try and he's going to be able to get to that 5-second mark that we saw from him yesterday with the gap to the driver behind, but he's on the charge again to get things over that maybe 2-second mark, because with that pace that he's carrying around, he's continuously just extending that gap and giving himself some Scottish real estate between Patel and Cranham too. Cranham settles back down there just behind Mayan. Again, Mayan faster than Riley Cranham, and actually quite crucially, Mayan Patel now maybe soon looks to be the fastest out there. Previous couple of sectors very, very quick indeed. Currently holds on to a sector number 3, and there is the signal. Patel now fastest out there.
Yeah, indeed. Patel trying to close that gap up, but it's a bit too little too late at this point. The gap only 1.5 seconds, but with the time running out, it might be a tricky or to try and cover, and the gap actually extends now at this point to 1.6. So despite him going fastest on that previous lap, just the sheer pace from Whittingham right now is just extending that gap. And I can imagine as well for Whittingham that he's kind of thinking, yeah, that drama that he's had earlier on is just kind of fully focused on, breaking away at this point. He's had that pressure, he's had that drama at this point of the day, and now he's just thinking, no, I'm going to show you what I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. This year, there he goes, fastest again. We've confirmed that Harrison Whittingham can absolutely drive. We've said that. We know that he's got pace. We know that he's fast, but we've not seen him race. We've not seen that race car raft be deployed by Whittingham. Within this one, however, he's just highlighted demonstrated that to us. He's just shown us that he can keep his head, make those overtakes, get through the crowd once more despite losing positions quite quickly. So within this race, we've just seen that the star of the show can drive as well as race and use that racecraft that he's given himself over the past couple of years, where he's had a really busy season last year. He's got a busy season this year as well, and he's doing a great job of things out there. Now then, we've got Emma
Very
Rose Dowling wide as you like there. She's still trying to fend off Reed. Reed looking hungry there on the tail of the driver that of course competes in not just the UK series, but has competed in many different versions of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. She's been out with us in the International Series, and of course is out here in the UK, a circuit that is completely different to what she's used to at home. You know, UK tracks very different to what Emma is used to out in South Africa, but she's adapted, she's adjusted, and she still holds onto that P3 in your championship.
Yes, indeed, and doing a very strong job of it as well as they head down into the final corner. Lap 15 now, 14 completed out of the 17 in this one. Race is nearing its conclusion, and every lap it goes on, you can see the physicality that Lewis Reed is trying to push down on the track here. And if anything on this lap, maybe thinking about something, you can see that tighter line start to form. He's constantly looking to that inside line, but every time he does that, it looks like he gains time. But Surtees looks faster just behind him and also wants to take that spot away. But we just have to wait and see. These three drivers here, I don't think this fight is over just yet, because into every single corner, it's just getting ever so closer. We'll keep a close eye on that one as it progresses, but as quickly as we talk about this fight kicking off, another lap is taken away as we get ready to go on to the penultimate lap, and you can just see how they all continue to just push wide. Harrison Whitcomb at this stage has opened up the gap to 2.1 seconds and has set another fastest lap of the race, which will add one more championship point to his name, a 49.033. Very quick, and again, would be looking at trying to break into the 48 in the final at this stage. Be quite the achievement. But this fight certainly not over, and Dowling knows it. She goes defensive for the first time in this last remaining few laps. And now Reed will take the long way round, but has opened the door up to Surtees. Elliot Surtees will go through. Beautifully timed, beautifully calculated. He waited for that opportunity to come through, and he was able to take it. Final lap board is out. Whittingham crosses the line from Patel, Cranham, Khan, Dowling, Surtees and Reed is the fight on your screen.
So 5 final wins in a row was impressive, but 6 is an absolute statement of intent by Harrison Whitcomb for the 2026 season. He has been the star of the show, heat after heat, final after final. Now looks out in the front to take another podium, another final win, taking a trophy home. Looks like he's going to do it off the road, is one of the drivers out there. Laith Khan there, that was in P4, runs himself wide slightly, but here he goes. Harrison Whitcomb, final corner, we'll see the checkered.
This will be 6 out of 6 for Harrison Whittingham. Absolutely unstoppable, and with that, in terms of my point calculations here in the commentary box, will secure the title with that victory. It is job done in 26 for Harrison Whittingham. A delightful run of races, but a perfect streak. 6 out of 6 final wins, undefeated in the seniors, and that is I think the right reaction for that one. Harrison Whittingham takes the win then ahead of Mayan Patel, who will celebrate his first podium in the Academy programme here at Larkhall. Cranham will see a second podium of the weekend as he rounds out the top 3. Laith Khan from Emma Dowling, Elliot Surtees from Lewis Reed, Lizzie Mentier, the final runner in that one. Not too sure what had happened to Laith Khan out of the hairpin there, but we saw Ricard kicking up the dust and in the barriers, but I think managed to just get that kart back onto the road, and I think was able to hold on to P4 there. So a very close end to that race, but there your final winner, 6 out of 6 for Harrison Whittingham. And that is all he needs to do. He's got 2 more races to go at Wilton Mill, but they're just not needed for him. He leads the points now by well over the minimum that he would need. It was, of course, a maximum score of 102 points you can score over the course of the weekend. And Harrison Whittingham here is well clear of that marker from Lizzie Mentier, who unfortunately that drama in that race drops her in the points. Emma Dowling, 256, has still got an outside chance of taking P2 in the standings away, but it's not impossible as Whittingham, Mentier, Dowling all head to Wilton Mill for that final round. Onto the weighbridge now, the final check to be made, and that check is cleared for Harrison Whittingham. Job is done then for the young Welshman, who can now take a 2026 title to his name. He has got the points he needs, and that is it. Job done for him in the senior category. 6 final wins out of 6, and I'm sure big smiles will be on that face at the end of it, and I'm sure that is his mechanic, Liam, over there, who will celebrate with, and a great result for him. You heard the screaming support from the sidelines as he crossed the line. But the young man from Wales here, certainly a very strong performance in the 2026 season and has been completely undefeated in these finals. The rest of the results then very quickly as we see the highlights from that race. Patel on the podium for the first time this season with us. Cranham joining as well on that podium. This was the start of the race, and it was a defensive masterclass for the first 4 laps, but the gap was left open on lap 5, and Cranham losing out on that P1, then out on P2 as Mayan Patel was able to squeeze through as well. Cranham then had a calm and controlled race, holding on to P3. Emma Dowling certainly getting involved in the races as the checker flag would go out at the end of the race. It would crown a consistent final winner in the form of Harrison Whittingham, taking his 6th final win out of 6 finals of the 2026 season. An incredible effort from that young man, and has delivered some superb racing this season, despite the troublesome weather that we faced out in Silverstone. The dramatic finals in PFI to the conclusion here in Larkhall, with still 1 more round to go at Wilton Mill. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's in Parc Ferme.
Well then, Anthony, you just called him across the line. Harrison Whittingham takes his 6th final win, 6 in a row. Must be quite a sweet feeling there for you, Harrison. The rest of the field, early stages of that one, they gave it a go, but for you again, another win.
Yeah, I think that one felt a lot better because we worked a lot harder for it. Riley made it as hard as he could, but yeah, it ended up with a good result.
And for you, Harrison, do you think, of course, we've seen and confirmed that you can definitely drive. That one we saw and confirmed that you can race as well because you had to fight for it. So actually, are you kind of glad that they tried their best to get past?
Yeah, it makes it a lot more fun, and it stops the rumours that I just drive off all the time. But yeah, it shows that I can race, and yeah, it was a great weekend.
For you, championship, big prizes at the line for you potentially. Wilton Mill, knowing that you're the leader by quite some way, and that by the end of this weekend, actually points-wise, you could have this in your hands already. Good feeling, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. I just need to keep doing what I'm doing and keep the consistent results coming.
Harrison, congratulations once more. Podium again. I feel like I'm getting deja vu saying that to you now. Down in Parc Ferme then this weekend, we are done and dusted. We have confirmed our 3 final winners. We're going to head back up to Anthony Jordan one more time in the commentary box, and then we'll have our podiums later on.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. The racing action comes to a conclusion here in Larkhall, but not to worry. One more round to go, of course, as we head to Wilton Mill for that fourth and final round. There are still champions to decide as it's still open in the juniors and minis, but the seniors done and dusted here at Larkhall, as we'll be seeing our drivers on the podium a little bit later on. Do stay tuned for that one. That'll only be about half an hour or so. But from myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we'll say goodbye for now, and we'll see you in Wilton Mill. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready to presentations for all three classes, including Mini 60, Mini 60 under 10, junior and senior. But as always, we will start with the Mini 60 category, with the Mini 60 under 10s. So first of all, please give a huge round of applause, finishing in 3rd place but 7th place overall in the category for the 901 machine. It's Benjamin Slavar. Hopefully Benjamin is here. Is he? Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll find him at some point. In 2nd position in the Mini 60 under 10 and finishing 6th place overall, please give a huge round of applause to Freddie Walker. Don't forget your hat, Freddie. There we go. Great end to his racing. And finally, your class winner in Mini 60 under 10, finishing in 2nd place overall in the race. Please give a huge round of applause to Bodie Batch. Well, great result for our Mini 60 under 10 categories. Of course, missing Benjamin Slavar from that grid. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the winners' medals. And starting this time with 2nd place, a big round of applause to Freddie Walker. Freddie, another medal going around him for this weekend. A great result here at the Larkhall Circuit. And, of course, the winner's medal heading to Bodie Batch. Again, another superb result for Bodie, finding himself with a gold medal at the end of the weekend here. Well, Dan, if you want to join them for a photo, don't run away too soon. There we go. Nice big smiles for our media there, and then we'll get you all on that top step of the podium. Congratulations, Dan. You came 3rd in that race, and great end to the racing here for the Mini 60 under 10. And, of course, we will celebrate the full Mini 60 category as well in a moment. There we go. Job done. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for Mini 60 under 10. Ready with your tunes? We will now head over to the Mini 60 category. And again, a very close end to the racing. Some changes from the finishing order, but still a very strong performance indeed from our drivers, starting with 3rd position in the end, finishing 4.7 seconds off the race leader. Please give a huge round of applause for his 2nd podium of the season. It's Josh Huska. Superb effort for Jos there in P3. The 2nd place position. Please give a huge round of applause. He's already been on the podium once. He'll be on it again. Please give it up for Bodie Batch. Bodie, of course, now leading the under 10s championship as well, heading to Wilton Mill. And finally, your race winner for the first time in 2026 here in Larkhall Round 3. Please give it up for South Africa's Noah Cronje. We will now listen to the national anthem of South Africa. Well, a big congratulations to our top three in Mini 60. Big round of applause to our drivers. A great end to their racing here in Larkhall. And once again, we'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the winners' trophies. Dan Parker, head of karting from Motorsport UK, to firstly present it to third place, Jos Huska. Great end for Jos at the end of that one. A superb drive to put himself on the podium once more. The second place trophy heading to Bodie Batch. Another fantastic result for Bodie, heading to Wilton Mill as a points leader in the under 10s and in the title fight as well. And the leaders trophy heading to Noah Cronje. Well, a fabulous end to it, and Dan again joined for those photos. Drivers, lift those trophies high up into the air for me, please. I know it's been a long old day, but I'm sure there's a little bit of energy left inside those arms to take you through to the end, and we'll get you on that top step of the podium as well. For our drivers, a great end to the racing after a very busy day, and we can congratulate them as well for their fight over the course of this one. Right. Now is the favourite part, and maybe not for the race suits, as we will present the drivers with the bottles of non-alcoholic champagne. While drivers protect the helmets, protect the trophies, and we'll get that sorted out. You'll come on back, and we will celebrate in style here, and the camera very promptly covered up there. So drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there we have it. Mini 60 done and dusted, as the field will head to Wilton Mill for the final round. Great result, and a big round of applause for your Mini 60 finalists. Thank you very much, guys. I think you all got a dousing there. Great end to the racing for the Mini 60s. Fantastic job for them. We'll now turn our attention over to the junior category. Another very close to the race in that one, as I think quite the dousing Noah got there in that one. What a final it was for the OKN juniors, once again delivering a great end to the racing. Very close indeed, with the top three separated by less than 4 seconds over the line. But we'll start with third place. Please give a huge round of applause. Finishing in P3, it's Colby Patterson. Please now welcome, finishing second place in the final, just 1.8 seconds off the race leader in the very end. A huge round of applause for Sukmani Kira. And finally, your final winner in the OKN junior category here at the Larkhall International Circuit for round 3. Please give it up for Lucian Smith. Another superb end to the racing here in the juniors for Lucian, as we now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Big round of applause for your finalists in OKN Junior. Once again, please welcome onto the podium Dan Parker from Motorsport UK, the head of karting, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third position, Colby Patterson. For Colby, a great run there, 38 points added to his tally. The second place trophy heading to Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani, a double podium here in Larkhall, and great congratulations to her. And the same can be said for your race winner, Lucian Smith. Well, Dan, you join them for those photos. Nice big smiles. Drivers, you know the drill. Those trophies high up in the air for me, please. Nice big smiles at the end of a busy day's racing in the sunshine here in Larkhall. The sun did hold out for us despite that wet day of practice. We find some dry running in the weekend, and we'll get you all to squeeze up on that top step of the podium as well. One big group photo, there we go. Nice and close, nice big smiles once again. And keep an eye there on Jimmy and his camera. There we go. Thankfully, who has now got his suitcase. Brilliant stuff. Well, there we have it then, drivers. Dan, if you want to duck and cover at this point, and again, if helmets, trophies want to be tucked away in a safe-ish position at this point, we'll present the drivers with the bottles of, again, non-alcoholic champagne for them. So, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there we have it for the juniors. Lucian Smith coming away with that double victory here in Larkhall. A great end to their racing, and smiles all around for the juniors as they head to Wilton Mill for the final round, round 4 of the British Champions of the Future Academy program. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. One big final round of applause for your OKN juniors at the end of the racing here. It's Larkhall, and we will now go on to the final group of drivers. The senior category, of course, a very busy one. Again, a very close run at the end with a change of the grid at the start of that race, but a new pole sitter on the front of that grid. But he finds himself finishing in that third place spot nonetheless, finishing just 2.4 seconds behind the race leader after 17 laps. Give it up for Riley Cranham. Please now, take a steady step onto that podium there, Riley. It's been soaked a bit. The second place position, please give it up for his first podium appearance in the Academy program and his first weekend with us as well here at Larkhall, finishing 1.3 seconds behind the race leader. Give it up for Mayan Patel. Great work for Mayan. Great racing this weekend to put himself P2 in the very end. And finally, please welcome onto the podium, taking 51 points, including that fastest lap of the race point as well. His 6th final win of the season, it's Harrison Whittingham. A steady step onto the podium as we will now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Big round of applause for your finalists in OKN Senior. For the last time, please welcome onto the podium the head of karting from Motorsport UK, Dan Parker, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third place, Riley Cranham. The second place trophy heading to Mayan Patel. And the winner's trophy heading once more to Harrison Whittingham. Well, Dan, you join those drivers for that photo. If you could lift those trophies nice and high up in the air for me, please. A great end to the racing here in Larkhall, as of course the field do head to Wilton Mill for that final round. But for Harrison, that'll be an easy day in the office. But if we push these drivers up on the top step of the podium, if you want to squeeze in nice and close, do watch your step. And a great end to the racing here. I know it gets a bit trickier as they go through, but a great end to the racing here for the British Champions of the Future Academy programme for our seniors, juniors and minis as well. Well, last time today then, we will present the drivers with the bottles of non-alcoholic champagne. Dan Parker will duck and cover. The helmets will go into a safe spot, and oh dear, these suits will have to be cleaned up once more. So right then, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there we have it. Well, Riley runs, and Mayan Patel there, Harrison dousing Liam, his mechanic, at the end of the frantic round here, and a great end to the racing here for the British Champions of the Future Academy programme. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much for joining us this weekend, and we'll see you for that fourth and final round at Wilton Mill. Goodbye for now. Keep it going.